but then I was like, I'm gonna get it on PC, and this is like 4 years
We're
after
live.
the game, so it's like not that relevant anymore.
Live.
So that was cool
Yeah.
because that way I didn't have to deal with the grind of getting all the weapons and stuff.
Right.
Yeah, that's the thing
And I
for
could
me is
just
just the grind of it
Play
all.
the game.
Hi, Joel.
You've been sub for 4 months more than me, Joel. What the fuck is wrong with me?
I typed "Hello Goka" into my URL instead of.
Oh, go.
Nice.
That is the issue. Every time I try to find Gia's freaking stream, I'm always like, fuck, what is
Yeah.
it? And then I have to go to Twitch
Yeah.
because I always forget there's hello in it.
Yeah. Okay.
Actually,
back.
when
I'm
I
gonna go
type
drink
Twitch
one.
now,
Yeah, you
if I
good.
type T in my URL, it just auto goes to Josh's.
Yep.
Nice.
I-
Mine switches back and forth between Gia's and Josh's depending on which one I'm viewing more throughout the
Yeah.
week.
Mine's been Gia's for the past year, I'm pretty sure, because I didn't visit other streams.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mostly go to yours for VODs, though. It's like I'm
Yeah.
watching
Yeah.
the VODs.
Which makes sense.
You know, I just realized, Josh,
What did you just realize, Nathan?
Elrin and Mavis and me are all 24 years old.
You're right. You're nothing if not
birthday.
consistent.
Yeah.
Did you birthday recently? Did you?
Birthday recently, Nathan.
Yes, I
Did
did.
you?
Birthday recently. Well, it is January. You and I are really close, I think, right? You're in
You're
January,
in January
as
as well.
well? Yeah.
Hey.
You're like,
I did not know that. Yeah.
I want to say you're like 2 days before or after me. I'm 20th.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I'm before
So,
Nice.
Okay.
you. You, me, and
Have I done?
Jared.
Oh well, let me.
Being
Yep.
do that.
January babies.
January
Yep.
babies.
and then Hal,
Did I-
too. Yeah.
True. Have I done it? Mine went to Gia's for over a
There's so
year.
many
Fair, Joel.
Gia's.
I feel that. Okay. Have I done it?
I should go get a drink.
Go for
Do
it.
it.
Start.
Do it, baby.
As everyone else gets back, I'm like, I'm gonna run away.
You're fine. I have a couple things
Tina!
to mention anyway. So okay. Hi Tina. How you doing? Welcome in. Okay, hold on. So
When did I close Twitch?
so this just in. I have I only got to watch like half of the recap because I was working on assets for today. I know. What can I say?
You're a slacker.
You're a slacker.
I did that kid.
but because of that, the first half actually has notes, and the second half is going to be me going. And I think, if I remember correctly, and if I'm not mistaken,
That's
Oh,
fine.
there.
We'll all jump in wherever we can.
please do.
I
That's
don't
part of what I love
remember
about
it
it.
either.
That's
Zor,
a fact. I
This is a big
We
gap.
were on the road.
can't wait to
That's
get
all I
on the road again. And it took us forever to get there. I remember that. We kept going back to the town.
That was pretty hilarious.
I
Yeah.
would
That part was
think
clear.
that every time I put on auto walk in New World.
Yep.
Oh,
New
let's
World.
see.
It took forever to get anywhere in that
The
gosh
fact.
dang
They're at,
game.
I think 3% of their peak
Is this-
player base now.
I'm
Like,
pretty
they-
sure.
they-
Yeah. They
3%.
plummeted.
They're 3%.
They
I said
absolutely
even double
plummeted.
digits.
It's dead, dead.
It's
What are you
freaking
talking
bad.
New
New World.
New World.
Oh
Yeah.
'Cause
yes.
have they added any new content?
Yeah, they have. They've added
They
a bunch.
Joel,
But they
how is
haven't
everyone's
fixed the
volume
core
The
levels?
bugs are still, yeah. Like the
Okay.
fucking
Stop
swimming.
adding content and fix your game.
Yeah, for
Wait,
real.
they
That's
still
rough.
haven't been swimming in?
I don't think so. Last I checked, anyway.
There's not swimming, mother of God.
You're on an island with water everywhere, but you can't swim.
Exactly.
But you're a great hero.
What is
Everyone
it,
sounds good?
Sonic?
What and how am I compared to them, Joel? Am I too loud? Because I do see my volume peaking slightly. I'm gonna turn myself down.
Are you peeking?
Volume
Are we
should
peeking?
peak.
Am I good? I should listen to myself.
All right, I think
I don't want to
think
listen to
we're
myself.
good.
I
Oh
don't know how
no,
to
we're not
listen to
good.
myself.
One second.
Unmute the stream.
I need this. This is true.
Are we? Yeah. Are we?
I don't know how to
muted?
do that.
No, you shouldn't be muted. You're on stream.
So
Why
on
do I
your
feel like
lower
you're
left
already-
hand
Not too loud. Okay.
Oh, I have
Monitor.
Twitch muted.
Oh,
So many
nice,
questions.
Stevie.
I can't do this.
Wait, this is what?
Literally had the whole tab muted.
Why is it called that?
Where am I?
Okay.
What
that's-
am I doing?
Where are we?
I wish I could
Where are we?
And
We
I'm so
are...
sorry.
move it on this side.
Technically, we haven't left yet, have we?
That'd be
Yeah.
cool.
We left Credina.
God,
No,
what
sorry,
have I done?
we haven't left the
Left yet.
cave. That's
Okay.
what I meant.
Yeah.
You guys saw nothing.
Well, he ended because I did skip through it. It ends with, as you guys reach the surface, we will end this campaign. So
Oh,
technically,
okay.
The campaign, huh?
We were-
leave the session.
That's where it ends. Damn, what a cliffhanger.
Athenor wins.
Oh, thank you, Zor. I don't have the
And then
bot.
I
campaign.
end Josh's campaign.
Uh-oh. There we go.
Gia's
We're
the
good.
Where'd
new
our
DM. Josh is now
No,
joining
please stop.
as Jordan is full time, and May is retiring because she's done with our shit.
How about no?
I know I'm almost 30, but that's a little young to retire.
Please, for the love of everything, tell me I don't have to log in. Tell me I don't have to log in.
Are you?
I don't have to log in.
Are you? I don't have to log in.
Happened. Happened. Okay, everything just started echoing on stream because somehow it just loaded like 5 minutes after I was live. What happened? You all okay? We're doing swell. Wait, and now you can't hear anybody. In
Infinite
Discord.
looping volume.
What?
Okay, there we go. We're good.
Infinite loop volume.
Holy crap! All right.
Okay.
I'm swollen.
Can I do that?
Hmm?
It worked.
Can you be swollen?
What do you mean
And
you're swollen?
wouldn't you know it, we have quality options. All right.
Hell yeah.
All right, y'all. If everybody is ready, and unless anybody has any questions, actually, I might as well mention now to everybody in chat, and I'll mention again at the end. For those that don't know, if I haven't made an official announcement yet, this is going to be our last D&D stream for a little while. We are going on break after this for an indefinite amount of time because I need to have some mental recharge. I have hit mental exhaustion and creative exhaustion on this to the point of I just need to actually give it some time so we can come back strong. So with that being said, session 30 will be, we're aiming for getting to Nidon so that it's a relatively good point to end. Now, obviously, D&D happens, so we'll see what happens in between.
Let's go back to Gradina. We forgot stuff. Guys.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yep. You might as well just go back to
I
Calchat,
kind of want
actually.
to go back to
Yeah.
Harmony again. So let
Yeah.
me rant with
I think
Gar
you're gonna give Gar a heart attack if you do that.
I think I'm just gonna go home to try again.
I want to go home.
That's what I've been doing this whole campaign, guys. I've been trying to go home.
Okay, so
It's
it's been our recap music for forever. I ain't changing it now.
Tina.
Tina?
Because no beer.
Isn't it? Oh
I
man.
gotta get
Damn, all
back.
right.
Damn.
Oh, try again, Tina.
No, it's okay. It's because
No,
it's
try again.
indefinite. So
Okay, never mind. That makes sense. Yeah, it's Nan.
At least I love you 5% more than you love me, Tina. So there's
Oh my god. Well, let me see. Well, that's bad.
21%.
All right. So, unless anybody has any immediate questions,
Are
we'll
you
get-
wearing pants?
All right, so we're gonna get started with the recap.
Let's get it.
I love you for always making that so standard. Anyways, when we last left off, the Lightwalkers, right?
Yeah.
That was the name. Okay, good. I
Yep.
want to make sure I didn't mess that up. We're just leaving Credina for the first of 3 times. As they made their way out, they spoke with the guards about some different bandits and possible wildlife along the way to see of any dangers, though the guards didn't know of anything specific. They had heard of the bandit attack just northwest of Sprocketon, and after Gar displayed his armor, they realized now that you guys were the ones that actually fought them off. Mavis tried to ask in a subtle way if they so tired of ceaseless light and ended up coming up with a business venture of some shades for their helmets in the possible future, which was something that he was actually kind of excited to look into. Then you all proceeded to make me lose my mind for a solid 5 minutes as you spoke of a water bag of holding as both a water cannon for vampires, cool water in the desert, and holding 60 gallons at your whim. And then you went back into Credina to make this dream a reality. As you spoke to a halfling shopkeeper, managed to haggle the price down and get the bag that you needed. You guys made your way out of town. You did actually make your way out of town that time, even though it was a little bit of back and forth. Along the way, you guys had a 5-minute conversation of whether or not Zeo should return to Harmony to return some overdue books to the College of Lore, after ultimately deciding that he would and getting a plan for him to come back the next day at noon. You proceeded with that plan. When you got there, Zeos, Gunther warned you of some noises that had been going on outside the manor, sounding almost like just footsteps or activity, nothing incredibly dangerous or large, just the possibility of increased activity from some of the indigenous creatures to the half-world. And though he didn't have specifics, he didn't seem too alarmed by it at this time. Gar contacted Oliver to get some information about any creatures that could have some sort of possession, trying to get more information on whatever it is that seems connected to May, and hopefully try and address it stronger next time. Then Gar tried to convince Mavis to accept Moradin as a possible alternative deity to follow in dedication for the spell that he was using to try and give Mavis some answers. Mavis insisted that he was starting from the basics, magic first, deity second. Gar spent some time with May, where he said that she inspired him and admitted to her that he'd picked up drinking. He was scared and not able to believe that Melora would protect him and help him protect all of them. Gar asked what to do to get back on track, and May said that she prayed and implored that Gar do the same. May said that she reminded Gar that she never wanted to follow Ilmater and actually blamed him at times for the death of her family, thinking that it was his way of getting her to follow him, but that even though she hated him for a time, whenever she needed him the most, he was always there. It was something that resonated with Gar as he went back to the manor afterwards in search of answers. Zeus returned his books to the College of Lore and did some research. He mainly found that aria is a music term when he did some research on the origin of the word, but didn't find anything when it came to a deity by the name of Arya. Made his way back to the Rumor's Reach, exchanged rumors with Belagron, and went to bed for the evening. Gar then went back to the manor and proceeded to go into the newly created pool from Eleanor, and speak out to Melora, searching for answers. He sought her guidance, sought her guidance, and he remembered during that, when he experienced this afterlife in the Endless Sea, he remembered asking Melora to not leave him, and that she said that she wouldn't. A visage of Melora appeared above the pool and told Gar that his perseverance is his strength, that it will help him and others and inspire others around him, and that he may feel at times like he's just about to drown. And as she spoke this out, air bubbles rose around Gar, allowing him but a breath to continue underneath. As she said, but he will not be alone. She seemed to imply, no, she actually said that she wished she could say more. And just before he ran out of breath, a hand reached down, pulled him up, and as he laid against the wall of the pool in an empty room, he heard a distant voice simply saying, "You won't be alone." Eventually, he made his way back to the group after Gunther informed him of the same sounds outside, and Gar told him to take notes next time. Gunther asked him if he'd experienced any adverse reactions to the experiment the day prior, and after messing around with him for a little bit, Gunther seemed fine and Gar seemed fine as well. The party made their way back, and this is where I'm going to need y'all's help if there's anything that I miss, because the next thing that I remember is you guys made camp. You eventually found a place that seemed appropriate enough for the night. The next day, Zeus made his way back, and after a couple days of travel with relatively little to speak of, you guys found your way to the border of the Turanai Desert and the Freelands, where the scenery gradually began to change to more palm trees, a little bit warmer weather, yellower grass, though still occasional dense forests. And that night, during watch, a group of 3 hyenas started going through the party's goods, stealing one of their backpacks and attempting to make a getaway into a nearby forest. After the party absolutely decimated 2 of them, and I mean like charred corpses, just ash on the ground, nothing remaining whatsoever. Oh, I did miss something that I'll come back to. Actually, we'll go to that now. Zeus woke up in the middle of the night in the Rumor's Reach and witnessed a weaving of color escaping from him and leading him downstairs through the tavern out into the City of Harmony and ending in the central grand hall in between all 4 buildings. As he reached out and touched it, he saw a vision of a silhouetted figure unleashing an absolute decimation of flame upon the land. Only can assume that it was Ador. Zeus, you recorded this a little better than I did, so if I miss anything, let me know, because that's all that I remember showing you.
2 hooded figures.
Well, what did the other one do?
One just got destroyed by the other.
Yes, there was one on the ground that
Yeah,
was
so-
essentially at their mercy.
Yeah.
Okay,
And then the other one like was burning the lands. From
That's
how you
right.
Described it
and that is
with a white hot flame. I feel
Yep.
like that's a keynote.
yes, it is. And you are correct. That is what you saw. Eventually, you made your way back for the evening. And then back with the hyenas, as one managed to escape with the backpack in hand. Eventually, you all heard a cracking sound as they fell through the ground in an open grove. Investigating the grove, you guys made your way into the newly revealed pocket in the ground and found a first-age ruin, where you discovered a puzzle of sorts where there existed 3 pillars, each depicting a group of 3 animals. After some investigation and dodging a magical trap that had a key underneath a statue, you unlocked a drawer where a bunch of old books were and old bookshelves, and found a tome that seemed to contain some clues as to how to solve the puzzle. The fox you solved by not only chasing it down, but being cunning and trying to properly trap it. It was not only a test of speed, but a test of wit. The bear rolled like shit, and Gar just simply wrestled it back into that damn pillar, and as it went where it was told.
I mean, Gar rolled like a god.
Yes, that's what always confuse those two. And the bear...
It's supposed to be an honest recap.
Yeah. The bear gave a bow of its head in respect as it retreated into the pillar. The fox, though scared at first as Mavis cornered it, once Mavis revealed that he meant no harm, it appeared to perk up as it sat down in front on this pillar in an almost 2D playing image as it bowed its head towards Mavis in respect. And finally, Zeus, with the help of some cloaking from his party, Mavis in particular, and tracking down and using a net to capture an eagle that was darting around the room, also won its respect. As beams of energy shot towards the center, dropping a force field that was protecting an item, you guys all retrieved a cube of force that Mavis was able to identify. As you gathered yourselves and took a look around this ruins, that the tome of which you found was signed O, assuming that it was Otto, though other than that, nothing specifically to go off of. There was no memoriam to be found, but there was a powerful magic item, and the only first-stage ruins that you guys have found so far that's not connected to the memoriam, seemingly. With that in mind, you guys climbed your way out, and that is where we'll pick up.
You did forget about sharing. Unless
Sharing?
I blanked out. Yeah. When we were in the cart, sharing about our history with Jordan.
Jordan was asking.
Oh,
us
that's
about our
right.
history. Yeah.
About our families, where we grew up.
You're right. I totally forgot about that entire section. Yes. To quickly recap that, though, you all shared. Anyways, that's where we'll pick up. No. All right, I have to collapse this so that I can see. And
So does... Oh, now it shows up.
I think he just had to focus it.
what did I do?
I typed something to show up on the thing, but it wasn't
Oh.
showing up in the stream. So I was like, what the heck is happening? Am I going crazy?
Yeah,
Did you
no,
not see
that
my
happened in
mess-
the last one too. I guess I do just have to focus the window every once in a while. And I had Obsidian up for my session notes, so.
Yeah, it's all good.
So
I need to roll my D100. Are you guys
Do
Yeah, you do.
aware the failure?
Aw. Big sad.
What did I roll?
65.
65.
Not bad. All right, so as I think the last one to crawl out of the nice
Let's go.
to crawl out of the ruins, I believe was May. But so as you make your way out and all of you guys regather up here, you can see May, you look over and you can see Joran currently holding a carrot towards Fengay.
Come on. You must be hungry. I don't know how this works. Just eat. Do you want to eat
In
it?
my head, I'm gonna say, Fengay, just humor him.
You see Fengay like face still staring at Joran, eyes just like darting towards you with this like if I must. He leans down. Joran like gets this big smile on his face.
I was right. He was oh, hi everybody. He seemed hungry, so I figured that I would feed him. It seemed to work. He and I have been doing swell together.
I picture
Well
him just
done.
turning his head and like spitting.
Which he does very subtly.
How did it go down there? I heard many noises, but unfortunately, wasn't able to see much.
Fairly uneventful. We stumbled across a magical item, it seems.
Well, it doesn't seem entirely uneventful.
Well,
That's a good thing then. I suppose it was a worthy venture. All spawned by a hyena.
Do you know much about the first stage or the ruins that are left behind from it?
Unfortunately not. I've never had the pleasure of finding any. Don't get out that much. But from what I've
Do you
heard
want
of
to peek
them,
down this hole so you can say you have seen one?
that's what's down there.
Yeah.
We all just probably nod.
Yeah.
This is the second one we found.
Second. Remarkable.
He takes out a pair of like goggles and goes over to the edge of the hole as he peeks down inside.
I could lower you in with the rope if you'd like.
Oh, that's quite all right. My one arm wouldn't do too well at keeping me.
No, I tie it around you and then I just.
He like peers down inside to try and get a better look.
I see broken pillars. I assume that's the majority of what I need to see.
If
Really
that's
all
all
that's
you
in there.
want to see.
He looks over at all of you.
There was one
No,
more.
I very much would like to see more, actually. I will take you up on that offer, yes.
Can
Tie the rope around him and
Sure.
lower him in.
I can't remember. Can gnomes see in the dark?
Yes, they do have dark vision.
Awesome.
You don't have to roll anything for it. You take the time to tie it around him as he holds on with his one good arm as it's tied around his waist.
All right, lower me when ready.
Just jump.
Was he just doing a squaw?
Just doing a squaw.
You have to make sure that the legs are always ready in case I fall too fast.
Oh,
you know.
yes, of
And
course.
squaw
of
is the
course.
best way to do so.
He hops in as you make sure the rope is taut, and you just hear this echoing from underneath.
Wow, this is remarkable. What is that? Oh my. Oh.
Don't touch anything, though.
Oh,
We don't know if the pillars will reactivate.
I can't. My
Anything
little gnome
fast,
legs
fast.
wouldn't carry me over there from this height.
Oh.
Stays down for a minute or two.
Remarkable. All right, you can pull me up.
I
As you-
wait.
Oh,
I just see.
Gar?
If I see Gar waiting, I'm just gonna like smack his shoulder. No, he's nervous.
I'll smack his calf.
Gar.
Smack his cap.
Have a restraint.
Slowly bring him up.
Oh my.
I'm gonna be.
Then I'm gonna
staring
let it
over in
go.
the hole.
Ah,
I'm gonna grab it.
Oh my god.
is
Second
everything all right up there?
abilities.
Are you under attack?
No,
Everything's
Gar's just,
fine.
Master
sorry.
Mavis, what is happening?
Gar's just sleepy.
I'm just having a bit of fun.
Oh, well,
as you pull him up, you see his hair slightly. If you pull him up,
Yeah.
okay, his hair like slightly in disarray as he's holding onto the rope.
well, that was enough venture for the rest of the night.
You know what Ebola is?
I was waiting for you to.
Wow.
Well, if you say that fast enough, it didn't sound like you said Ebola, but anyway.
Yeah.
He wants some Ebola.
It's like, is that a threat?
Pounds today.
That's all that I weigh.
Exactly.
As you untie everything, you see Jordan kind of stretch his arms out.
It's still the middle of the night. I don't know about all of you, but I very much would like to get back to camp and sleep.
I'm a little bit awake now, but yeah, we probably should.
All right.
Yeah.
If I remember everything, the town shouldn't be that much further in.
How
though I
far
don't.
into? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
How far into the night did this happen? Did Gar already do like his 4-hour shift? Or...
He did, yes. This was towards the end. It was about halfway
Towards
through the night.
the end of it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, you do still have to sleep a little while longer to get a long rest.
Gotcha.
Is anybody doing anything in particular in this clearing, or?
I'm sitting on all the bags.
Sitting on all the bags.
Just crush the potion, see if there's any in here.
Oh, right.
Did you already laid on it, didn't you?
Yes.
Oh boy.
I'm assuming they were in the bag of holding. It just feels like it's empty.
Fair.
You see Joran go over and lay down and like roll over with a cloth over him. Well, a large, what's the thing I'm trying to think of? Almost like burlap, like a thick blanket. As he rolls over and goes to bed for the evening. All of you guys can feel yourself still a little bit tired, but depending on how your characters are feeling, you just hit adrenaline rush from everything.
Yeah.
Zeus, my watch was almost over anyways. Do you mind taking over?
Yeah, that's fine. Go get some rest.
Prep
Go
up
to
my bed. And
sleep.
I'll just read for a little bit until I get sleepy again.
Okay.
Fall asleep. Do I need to be making like intelligence checks or something for reading through this book to see how fast I'm doing it?
Do make me one. Yeah.
Just intelligence ability check.
Yeah, just straight intelligence. Okay.
Not terrible. I can't flash of genius it. I'm all out.
Okay. Give me 1 second.
My brain tired.
Okay. It takes you about 20 minutes, Mavis, before you find your eyelids closing from finally the adrenaline coming down.
Copy that.
Let's see. On 17, that's not bad. Which book are you reading through? Magic 101?
Magic 101. And I've been reading it for about 4 or 5 days now.
I was gonna say.
It's Magic for Dummies. Thank you.
Shut.
Shit. No, I call it Magic 101 because I ain't no
That's
fucking
true. It
dummy.
was Magic for Dummies. Yeah.
It is
Magic
for Dummies.
I scribbled that out and put 101.
I just have this piece of duct tape and
Yes,
then
exactly.
Sharpie 101.
Exactly.
I like it. So I'd say that with that, over the last 5 days, you're probably almost done. You could probably finish it over the next day, depending on how much time you get to read it.
Cool. Well, I got a bunch of carriage rides to do it in, so.
So, you guys had to sleep for the evening. Zeus, make me a perception check for your watch. And unless there's anything specific that you're doing. I do see your question here about this. Other than what I told you,
Okay.
yeah, that's pretty much the majority of it.
I missed your second message here. Hold on. Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Still
Okay. Perception.
Okay.
Starting off strong.
You catch a couple glimpses of smaller wildlife, smaller than the hyenas from before, just the occasional squirrel, maybe a badger as well, but beyond that, nothing seems to impede the camp any further. Eventually you guys do get a long rest in. You can go ahead and mark that.
Yay!
I don't even have my character sheet.
My genius has returned to me.
Let's go. Just takes a good rest and it's all back.
Yeah, you were seeming a bit dumb there.
As you guys wake up the next morning, Joran, after you guys, is there anything you guys are doing as you wake up, or just pretty much prepping for the road right away?
Probably prepping.
Yeah. No.
I know,
no
May, you have a
particular-
couple morning things that you do.
After my morning rituals, I would prep as I normally do.
I want to, I want to kind of peek in on her morning rituals.
Sure.
Just kind of watch and see what she does.
Okay.
Well, in the 2 hours of light activity of my long rest, I read my prayer book, recite my prayers, do martial training for an hour, and then I clean my flail with holy water. It's for flavor, so it's not like actual.
Yeah.
But in game, it's holy water.
And you only do any writing at night, right?
My writing for what I'm currently working on is only when I get time, which is usually once the carriage ride's over.
Okay.
I drive.
Yeah, fair. So it's not a part of the morning routine.
No.
Okay. All right, I like that.
But my martial training is the most prominent part of my daily regimen.
Yeah. And I would say that during the training, you can see. You really haven't. Maybe you wouldn't really be able to see that. There's a couple things that you're currently practicing, May, but out here in the wilderness,
I can't really
it'd be-
practice it.
Yeah, it's a little difficult. I would be
Tap
surprised.
dancing.
Yeah, no, it's really difficult with all the grass,
grass,
you know.
yeah.
Yeah, you feel it. So,
As she's wrapping up her, is that the last thing you do? Is the martial training
Yes.
and then cleaning?
Yeah, I
So,
clean up everything and
As
relax.
she's cleaning up after I'd approach her. May,
Good morning, Gar.
noticed you doing your routine there. I
Mhm.
don't really have anything like that, but I do enjoy honing my martial skills. If you would accept me as a partner in training during those times, that would be appreciated.
Of course.
Whether it's sparring or you just showing me what you're working on.
Well, sparring has something that can benefit both of us. I'm currently trying to increase my reactiveness to certain combat situations, and it's kind of hard to do that by yourself.
Oh, well, just say the word and
Actually, I know that not too long ago, Mavis brought up that he wanted everyone to start training. Do you think we should do something like that every day?
it
Or-
would be a good group bonding thing, if nothing else.
True. I mean, I was sort of trained in training others.
All right, well, we'll bring it up to them and see what they say about it.
Yeah. I mean, if you wanted it to just be you, I also understand. You just
No,
reminded
no,
me.
it's fine. I know we all undertook heavy training when we were under Master Marcon, where we're from.
I think you've mentioned
So-
that name a couple times now.
Yes, he kind of trained us all in different bits of combat and strategy and survival. So it wouldn't be anything new to us, I'm sure.
Alright. I'll go set Fangay out.
I'll be in the cart.
all right. You guys, Mavis, Zeus, is there anything either of you guys are doing?
Just what I'm describing to you right now.
Okay.
He's writing down all the blueprints for it.
Yep, I like it. As you guys finish up prepping the cart, did you ever actually do anything with that bag of holding? I know you cast one create water as soon as you got it to just right into the bag of holding.
I filled it.
You filled
He
it all
did.
the way. Okay.
Yeah,
Just
I
wanted to
filled it.
check. Cool. Also, one thing I wanted to mention to everybody is last session I mentioned a couple things as May rolled a history check for the Turanai Desert. After talking up more about it and realizing my true vision for the Turanai Desert, I'm retconning slightly some stuff. The Turanai Desert is a very harsh place. To the point of, for about 11 months out of the year, it's considered insanity to travel it during the daytime. Most people travel it at night, set up camp in any cave or shelter or that they can find along the way. It's almost like required that you bring your own shelter as well, just in case you're caught out.
Okay.
So the harshness is not to be understated. And May would have shared that as she was remembering some things, if you would have shared that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Question, DM,
Mm-hmm.
because I can't remember. Our cart or wagon, does
Mhm.
it have like an awning, like a,
I thought it
or is it open?
did.
I
So
always thought it was
it's
open.
in terms of depiction, I've always thought it was open too, but it's been depicted at least once with an awning as well. And for the sake of it,
Maybe it's
Yeah.
removable.
the joys of
That one
being in.
particular, because I thought that we said we had put Gar's body on there and covered it with like a.
You guys
a
kind of
++
made your
tarp
own.
thing.
So for the sake of
Yeah.
this, I'll say that you did make your own version of like a a bootleg awning that you can remove and put on
Bootleg.
as you need.
And then, second follow-up question to that:
Mhm.
is the back of the wagon large enough for all 4 of us, or 5?
Plus
rather?
Joran, yes. Yep, it
Okay.
is. It's about, if I'm not mistaken, 8 feet in length and about 4 feet wide.
Okay.
Not including the 2 seats up front. So
Copy
you do
that.
have some room. You were able to fit a giant goat on it as well. So
That is true.
yeah. So it does have some weight capacity and some surface area.
Okay. So May would have relayed that information that it was harsh and
In
Yes.
the
difficult to travel.
Most months. What months though?
The
Is it
only
just-
month is in the mid. Correct. BL, which is essentially nice. The equivalent of February. It's in the midst of winter. And it's still hot in the Turanite Desert at that point, but
Yeah,
it's
you could do it.
correct. It's travelable.
Okay, yeah.
Yep.
Because I'm like, I know we're like in fallish season.
You are if I'm not mistaken, it's just about fall. So
Yeah, we're in the later half of Yamia, so.
Meow meow.
Yum yum.
Yamya? What's Yamya? Write this. Are you writing this down for me, Nathan?
Nope.
Okay.
I did. It's
'Cause
here.
it's gonna get lost.
Yeah, actually.
But actually, I
Especially
can
right then.
copy it.
I think I actually have a
Oh, I didn't even know you could do that.
a journal for this kind of stuff.
Oh.
That'd be smart to do. I did. Let's go.
Hey, let's go. So, you guys make your way back onto the Traveler's Road, where your path slightly curves back towards the mountain range to the south. As you begin to see a little more of the typical pine trees and deciduous trees that you're used to, rather than the palm trees. Gar, about 2 hours into your travel, you hear a voice in your head as you hear the voice of Oliver with the help of a sending spell.
I chuck Mavis.
Battlebot. I'm not gonna go that easy.
Listen, anytime I hear a voice in my head, I have to chuck a no.
Yep, it's canon now. But anyways, you hear as his let's see, I don't know the specific words, but you asked him about anything knowledge about creatures that could possess.
Right.
As you hear, Gar.
Or possession-like abilities. Yes.
Correct, yes. I found that possession is similar to charm, and while ghosts can only possess, others such as vampires, aboleths, could cause a similar effect. That's 25 words, so then...
Thank you, Oliver. I appreciate your assistance. How is your girlfriend doing? Hope all is well back home.
Or were you too deep in research?
Nathan, I
Tell
didn't see your
her
note at
I said hello.
Oh, damn.
Oh my god.
Would he waste another spell slot for such a thing as this?
It just comes back off like, shit, it's not my...
Yeah, for 25 words?
Yeah.
No. Good day.
You don't hear any response
Okay.
because, yeah. So, but
Fair
I'll say that you feel like you hear him sneeze from here. So, okay. So is Zeos up front? Actually, Zeos, are you trying to be sneaky about this?
I haven't started anything.
Okay, fair.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, fair.
I'm not doing anything.
All
Nope.
right, if you're doing some such shit, do it in the back. I got horses up here.
Horses in the
Bad.
No, I got
Goes
the horses
under
in the
attack.
front.
I'm never doing anything sus. I don't know what you're talking about.
Mm,
Zeus
What
do
you doing
sus stuff?
next to me?
Mavis,
Yeah.
I got to thinking
Sorry, I
about
just saw what Nathan put.
Same. I didn't notice.
I've kind of had some ideas for an invention.
I did too. What were you thinking?
So remember when we were in the cave and we had to capture that eagle or hawk or whatever it was?
Yeah.
What if we created something that would shoot out a net to capture something and prevent it from running away, or good for hunting or other uses?
I have this, actually.
You have?
Uh-huh.
Well, I guess I'll think of something new then.
The only issue is that only I can use it currently. I'd need to reproduce it to where others could too, but right now it requires my gauntlets to work, which now makes sense to me.
Well, what if we had maybe different attachments we could put on the gauntlet you made me, and at the end of its thing, instead of a fist, it could shoot out something or just push out a net or a javelin or anything.
I like this a lot. I already knew I wanted to attach a blade to it and potentially even just something to shove a creature.
Right.
But
So
a net
just
would be perfect too.
something, just replace it. Maybe we unscrew the fist and screw something else on.
Quick question, Josh.
Mm-hmm.
Do we all have backpacks?
Yes, you do.
Carries around a satchel
Yeah, you
Satchel.
do all have backpacks.
Okay.
and
And
a bag of holding.
yeah.
I have a knapsack.
Oh, shut. Well.
Sorry.
Well, so the reason why I say it that way is that the only thing in Zeus' satchel is books.
Right.
Otherwise, everything else is in the bag of holding.
That makes
Okay.
sense.
So you did used to have a backpack before you got the bag and
Yeah,
pouch.
and then this is really retconning something big, but once he got the bag of holding, I'm basically saying he switched
That's
a
fine.
explorer's bag out with that.
It makes
Just depends
sense.
on which carries his books.
You haven't used the explorer's bag for anything specific since then, so that's fine to retcon.
No.
I very much like this
shit.
idea. So a blade attachment or a javelin, something of the sword, a net, something to shove a creature, and we could come up with a lot more ideas than that.
Yes. Get attach an explosive device.
Explosive. If I learn how to get good with poisons too, we could even create a gas cloud or something of the sort. I had
Anyway,
considered doing this for one of Laren's arrows back in the day, but now I have another purpose for it. So
Right. What if it was multifunctional, right? So
you could
perhaps one button, we add a new button. One
Exactly
button
what I was
shoots
thinking.
out the grapple, or another button would shoot out whatever loaded projectile we have, whether it's the net, a poison canister of sorts.
It's essentially like my multi-tool, but would produce exactly what you were wanting every time, rather than something random. Early inventions.
Throwing shade at
I've grown since then. But yes, I think this is a wonderful idea, marvelous, in fact.
So I'll try to sketch some things with what limited knowledge I have and show them to you later.
Perfect. Oh,
And I-
my idea.
Yes.
I figure I could probably create something to essentially act as an alarm around our campsites so that you don't have to stay awake for 4 hours every single night.
Oh,
Essentially, 5 different devices or so spread around our camp evenly, attached by strings in between, and if it's tripped, then, well, it produces light and produces a loud sound, so we know where it came from.
what happens if they step over the string?
This is the beginning of my idea. I haven't fleshed it out fully yet. I'm sharing it with you in the early stages since I figure you probably want to be a part of it.
Fair. Yes. Right, you work on that. I'll work on this. And we'll put our heads together later.
I nod.
I
Nice.
begin sketching.
All
Same.
right.
Guard, did you want to mention what we talked about earlier?
Yes, I actually thought maybe you'd want to bring it up since you would be the trainer of the trainees.
Oh, sure. So Guard approached me earlier, and he was wondering if he could be involved in my daily martial training, which reminded me of what you said, Mavis. And so I was wondering if you'd all want to be a part of this training. I only do it for an hour.
An hour is more than we're doing it for now, so yes, I could even make some dummies if we needed them.
Yes, that'd be great. I can only teach you what I've been taught to teach others, which Gar said that Marcon, or someone named Marcon, taught you mostly that. So I don't know how helpful I'll be, but I'll try to be.
I mostly glean strategies from Marcon. As far as specifics, well, I'm not a martial weapon wielder, so that didn't really do much for me.
Well, you
I have my own things that I need to practice and get better at, but better I can get. So
yes, it doesn't have to be martial, exactly. I mean, we all have things we want to improve. Like, you shoot fire or something out of your gauntlets, don't you?
Yeah.
That's
Well,
practice.
it's projected through this, but yeah.
It's something like that, yeah. And then Zeus, you could always practice chilling a tree.
Zeus was meditating. He just snapped out at the
Yeah, and I look
Yeah,
at you
chill,
as I'm
Zeus.
like, oh.
Wait, what?
Did you want to train with us every
Sure.
morning for like an? Are you okay?
Yeah, sorry, I was just
Uh,
in my own thoughts meditating.
okay.
Oh, it's fine. Yes. Training in the morning, sure. There's definitely stuff I need to work on.
Okay. Well,
Perfect.
I can get that together.
Is there anything
I'll
that can
tell
be
you
done
things
about?
too.
Well, then, how would I join in such efforts? I can run,
What
perhaps.
would you like to work on?
Perhaps I'll just run. Stay in shape, as it were. I don't have much in terms of combat ability anyway.
I could
I
potentially
don't
make
like that.
something similar for you as I did for Gar. An attachment for you to at least shoot a projectile of some sort or make a speedy getaway if needed.
Actually, and Zeus reached into a bag, and he pulls out a wand.
Oh.
You can use this in the meantime.
Is this a bunker or something
No,
else?
it's a wand. Can be
Don't
used.
point it at your eyes.
I gotta look at this because I don't remember. It's been a while.
Is it the Wand of
Yeah,
Wonders?
Wand of Wonder.
Wand of Wonder. Yeah.
Yeah.
Give
All
me the
right,
Wand of
that's
Wonder.
amazing.
This is gonna be
Dude,
fun.
This is gonna be great.
So it can be
Okay.
used 7 times a day. So if we get into danger again, God forbid, well, forbid, you can use this.
Very well.
I'll still make the thing
Spend
for
some
your arm
time
too.
with it to it requires. Does it require attunement?
The Wand of Wonder?
It requires attunement
Oh.
by a spellcaster. Is he technically a spellcaster?
Oh.
No.
A goof.
Can he use
Nope.
this?
Nope. He is
Shit.
not aware, though.
Mavis.
He's currently holding it in
It's
wonder
really
as he's
a-
looking at it.
It's
Like, it
remarkable.
does require attunement, so let me know in an hour or so.
I've never attuned to anything before. How does one do
if
this?
it works. You spend time with. How do you explain attunement?
You
Spend
Spend
time
time
with-
with it.
An object, getting
You
to
take
know
a picture,
its
Give it a
abilities.
nice date.
Well, in that case, I
shoves a bunch of papers like back into his bag.
suppose I might as well do that on the road.
Yes.
Mavis,
Yes, Gar.
perhaps instead of a device to go on his arm that shoots something, perhaps one of those shields that you had made me that one time that kind of pushed enemies away. So if he were to be attacked, it could just be attached to his arm, and with May and I's martial training, we'd perhaps maybe be able to teach him how to use a hand crossbow for his working hand.
That would be
And then he'd be
I can
shielded
actually
and have
potentially
offensive
do both.
capabilities.
on the same device. I could potentially do both. I'd have to see how well I could do it, but that's a great idea. Jot this down.
So, unless anybody is doing anything else, Zeus, go ahead and roll me a. What have I been having you roll?
Arcana.
Arcana? Okay, yeah. Roll me an Arcana check.
And I'll roll it with advantage.
Oh. He's gone.
He's gone. I don't want to go.
Play on every single time I've done this.
Is he gonna come back to us?
Yeah.
My hair is all messed up.
That was amazing. The amount of pure joy. Frankie, what you're gonna need to roll is gonna be just a straight intelligence check.
Is that Frankie?
Yeah, Frankie's entering a new level. Wait.
I gotta do the
Okay,
same for
he's
mine.
not the one that has 98.
Damn, let's go. I'll
No,
genius
that's
that.
crispy.
The nat
bacon.
20s.
Let's
Okay.
go, Zeus.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
Gar, what is it specifically? Oh, you said the gauntlet attachments. Okay.
The gauntlet attachments that we had just spoke of.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind. You have started on that
What I'm
process?
spending the day of doing
Yeah.
is making blueprints.
Perfect.
So,
Zeus, you spend the next few hours meditating, and as you try and recreate that image in your mind of the initial time that you felt that pulling from the color of weave in this midst of darkness where you saw this vision of the past, you don't see the same thing. You don't see the same strand of color like you did before. You're not sitting in a plane of darkness like you did before. But as you're sitting there meditating, you hear this whisper. Just for a split second, just say, "Open your eyes." And as you open your eyes, you look out, and for literally just a second, you see that same weaving of color over everything, the way that you did at the end of your vision of the first stage. It's as though you can see something that doesn't want to be seen, but is always there. And as soon as you start to try and focus, it seeps into everything and just sort of dissipates. You feel, I'll say that with the nat 20, you feel like you're beginning to hone something with this, but you're not entirely sure what yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
So, yeah, that happened. So,
May, you'd probably see Zeus like leaning out.
yeah, you see him lean out with this. Never mind, that was perfect.
Arms and legs inside the vehicle at all times, please, Zeus.
It's out there.
What?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I saw it. For a split
What?
second, I saw it.
So what?
The-
Do we need to go faster?
no, there's not. Well,
we under attack.
Is
No?
something
yeah,
What
danger?
did you
there, but it's
see?
not
Is there
there,
danger
okay?
out there?
Come out!
Nothing is attacking us.
Oh,
Oh,
What did
now
you
what was
see?
all the hubbub?
Well, where do I start?
At the beginning.
Yes.
Or the
at
middle.
beginning.
That's horrible practice.
Well, so okay, actually, Gar, you know
yes.
the detect magic spell, right?
Yes.
And with that, when you see magic, you see kind of the aura, the shine of that item, right?
Yes. Usually
I-
each school is represented by a different color or spectrum.
Yes. So now, if you were to have one of each item next to each other, you'd see like a rainbow of color.
I guess. Sure.
Well, that rainbow of color is essentially the weave, from what I understand. And for most of our travels, I've been meditating, trying to understand or see this without the need of that.
Ooh. Cast detect magic, and I started looking around really hard.
Sure.
I don't know if detect magic works like that exactly, but I figured it was something similar.
Gar, you cast detect
Yes.
magic, and you see a few sources of magic. Obviously, your bags of holding, the different magical items that you guys have. I would say even that your charm at the end of your warhammer and May's prayer beads,
Zeus glows.
and May's prayer
With all his
beads
hats.
have a subtle glow to them. But other than that, you don't see like a ton of color on the horizon or in the ground or in the air or anything.
Look harder.
Seems normal.
Look harder.
Yeah, you look harder and
Go
it's
cross-eyed.
and Zach materializes. Then you
It's the
see it
wrong
everywhere.
campaign.
Nope.
But
I see
see
clearly
that.
now.
Stop! Oh my god.
I don't see anything, Zeus, but
Well, I don't think it's supposed to be seen.
then why are
Because
you
I-
looking for it?
And why did you see it?
And are you sure you
Well-
saw it, or was it something you saw in your meditation state, in your trance? Were you hallucinating?
It's to be fair, I don't know, but the reason I am looking for it is to better understand it, I guess. I'm just
You're in the front, right?
yes, I'm sitting next to May up front.
I lean over to Mavis. I'm like, we might need to see if he's addicted to drugs.
I'll search through his bag when he's sleeping.
He doesn't sleep.
So, well, I met a trance, so he is somewhat out, but I'm intrigued
Wait.
by this.
Jesus, that magic bag thing. I'd have to know what I was looking for. I don't know drugs very well.
There
to
is
be
the
honest.
satchel too.
Maybe they're hidden in his books.
I can look in that. Well, even if it is the weave, as you're saying, well, I guess what does that inform for us now?
Well,
If what I'm reading in this book is accurate, then I guess that makes sense. The weave is seemingly, well,
it exists.
everywhere.
Exactly.
so for some reason you're able to see it.
Well, I'm trying
That's
to.
I guess that's not too far-fetched, seeing as how only some people can traverse to the half-plane, or whatever it's called.
the planeswalkers, yeah.
Yes.
Perhaps you're another type of special that we yet to
no.
figure it out yet.
Another
He
special.
definitely is.
Anyways, carry on.
You might be too, Gar.
Yes, Doran, they always end this awkwardly. All conversations end this awkwardly.
Well, just I guess keep it surprised if it's more active than usual. I don't know. Just yeah, anything
I
interesting.
Okay. And then Zeus is gonna shuffle through his satchel, pull out one of his books, and start writing some stuff down about what he saw.
Peek at
Sure.
the satchel when he's doing
Bring
stuff.
it in.
sure. Make me a perception check, Mavis.
Okay. Oh shit.
Zeus, is there anything in particular that he would see glancing
Can
into
you
your
read
satchel?
Elvish?
Absolutely in my dreams, yes. But not
So
so
inside my satchel, you will see. Let me look in my satchel.
Mm-hmm.
Let me look in your satchel.
2 books.
Okay.
And Zeus pulls out one that looks something like hold on, I'm pulling this up out of my hard drive.
You're good.
This, I'll just throw this into the group chat. So
All right.
that's what the cover looks like. Not the one that he pulls out.
Hell yeah. That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Which you could probably note that is currently under some clothes on Zeus's skin.
That symbol, correct.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then he starts writing in that, and if you recognize the script looks like Elven.
Okay.
My
And I don't see
symbol
any like sorry.
would
Go ahead.
also be there because I drew my symbol and I gave it to you.
That is true.
And it's the symbol that's the scar on me.
Mm-hmm.
When I was like
That's true.
in your
No. So that's the
office
cover of the
talking.
book. I was saying.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
She's saying
I guess
in the book,
technically
yeah.
it could be
Open.
inside the book if he like
Yeah.
slid
Yeah.
the paper
It
in
was
there.
near the
like
separately.
it was a loose piece of parchment, so I was just
Right.
saying like
Yeah,
he could have seen
that-
it.
Yeah.
No.
would be in this book actually. So
Okay,
Do I
So
see?
there's a possibility you would see it.
yeah, you'd probably see in this tome that there's some like loose papers throughout it sometimes, but
Okay.
Zeus would be flipping through, and most of the script, if you're looking at it, looks like it's Elven.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you open up the satchel, did I see a crack pipe or mushrooms or
A bong, maybe?
Yes.
bong?
A bing
Mayhaps.
bong, perhaps?
Did I?
No, you didn't.
There was literally 2 tomes in it, and that's it.
Just want to be sure here.
Yeah. Okay. So
Hold on,
then,
I actually described my satchel recently, so give me a sec.
Ooh.
Let
I
me
just
see if I
lean
actually
over
wrote any more
to
details
Gar.
about
I was gonna say Mavis, and I just kind of shake my head. I'm like,
No drugs, from what I can see. Just a bunch of Elvish writing. I need to learn a new language. Halfling hasn't done me any good.
I
I don't know
forgot
why
you
I
speak
chose
halfling.
that.
I forgot it all the time too. I've never fucking used it.
It was common in Sunset,
Mm,
so
that makes sense.
Yeah.
that makes sense.
All right.
you hear from the side of the carriage as you see Joran kind of standing on one of the seats and pointing out to the distant grass.
Leviosa! It's not working.
As he waves the wand out into the open
Would
air.
I know that it's only for spellcasters?
Yeah, you would.
Okay.
Perhaps it's not
mean am
long.
He sits down and continues just sitting with it.
He's had it for hours now, hasn't
Yeah, a
I
few
just-
hours.
I just kind of pat him on the back and say,
I'm still gonna make you the arm attachment.
I would appreciate that. I understand technology much more than whatever this monstrosity
yeah, I think
is.
you're more comfortable with it. And
I agree.
nothing,
he? Yeah.
I'm
it's
not
like,
comfortable with it. yet.
Joran, you don't know any magic, do you?
None whatsoever, though I grew up around it.
I think that's why you're not able to attune to that.
Well,
It is a magical weapon.
in that case, this is of no use to me, but I appreciate the gesture.
He hands it back to you, Zeus.
Take it back.
just
That would have been
Darn.
so fun to have him
It
use
would have
that,
been
though.
cool if it wasn't for that one
I
small
know.
detail.
yeah.
In the meantime, Joran,
Yes.
and I reach into my pack and I pull out a small dagger
Mhm.
about this large, so I mean almost a short sword for him.
Yeah.
Um,
Isn't
and
my
it's
dagger.
it's straight on one side and then kind of
Hmm.
cuts down at like a 45-degree angle
I like it.
with a slight curve on the other side. Very primal, like
Yeah.
survivalist knife looking.
If I'm not mistaken, is this the one where the handle itself is also almost like carved? Yeah. Okay.
Carved bone.
Yeah, I know the one you're talking about.
And I kind of flip it in my hand. Take it and hand it to him. It's called a sax knife.
Does it function as a regular knife?
It does. It's quite sharp. It will get the job done if you need to defend yourself or if you need to fillet a fish.
I hear those are quite tasty. Very well. I appreciate it, Gar.
I made that when I was young.
Well, then I shall be sure to watch over it well, and not damage it in... I cannot promise that I will not damage it in training. I've never wielded a knife much beyond, well, simple cooking purposes.
It's fairly sturdy, though I made it when I was a child. It's...
Perfect. In that case, I'm honored, and I suppose I have a reason to join in on these morning exercises now.
There you go.
Thank you, Gar.
He puts it like in one of the front pouches of his bag, trying to finagle it around. Not sure if you should put it blade side down or blade side up at first.
I pull the it's got a little sheath in
Yeah.
the back to it. I pull that out and I tie it to his belt loop, and I'm like, right here.
Thank you. Still getting the hang of this.
Like a true adventurer now.
I suppose so.
He sits back down and starts poring over documents again now that the wand isn't doing him any good. The rest of the day...
Take the dry.
Sorry?
How long does ink take to dry?
That's a good question. I actually don't know.
Are you blowing on it?
I was going to say, like, it
I
shouldn't
can't
be that
imagine it
long.
takes too long.
No,
Uh,
especially...
Are you
In this
peeping on
heat.
me, May? on what I'm writing? Or what I'm
No,
doing?
because I don't want you to
Okay.
peep on what I'm writing, even though you can't read it.
Fair enough. Okay, then I would say probably just finished and then pulled out something else and then started.
Sure.
If you moved, I probably glanced at you because movement, but besides
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
So I probably know what you took
after
out.
like
but-
what I wrote down, it dried. So I was probably shuffled through the pages, pulled something out, and laid it across like maybe 2 pages, and then pulled out not ink but something else and was doodling.
Yes.
If you noticed
Some
that.
doodle paper.
10 seconds.
For May, what's
like,
your
with a
passive?
quill. It takes 10 seconds to dry.
10 seconds.
That's a fantastic
10
question.
seconds, nice.
I don't think it's very good. It's a 13.
Okay.
I don't have proficiency in perception because
Yeah.
I'm
Me
dumb.
neither.
If unless you said you would have looked. It's not that
I would've
high to be able to
glanced.
see. Yeah.
Yeah.
Zeus, are you trying to conceal this?
Not really.
Then you would be able to see it easily enough because it's a simple depiction.
Yeah.
1 second. Where has it gone? Right here.
I say doodling.
Should did
You
that
would
show up
probably
for
know
you,
he's
May?
usually-
1 moment.
Gotta add me to a list, homie.
Yep, you're right. That's what I did wrong.
I do it all the time.
Did it show up now?
Yes?
That's the right reaction. It showed up. Okay.
These are something like that.
That's what you see.
What the fuck is that? I don't even know if I should say anything. What did you roll, a 2?
Zeus is the originator of hentai in this world.
If this is hentai, it's the tentacle kind.
What? You're getting rid of the
Oh wait, I think I understand what's happening here.
Hey.
So to give a better description, this is my attempt of using charcoal in the photo editing software I have. So
Oh, that's rough.
it's supposed
Yeah.
to be like a charcoal drawing. It's not very detailed, and it's supposed to be
Yeah.
It's supposed to be kind of crappy. Or just
Kinda
like,
crappy.
But I think I understand what I'm
Yeah.
seeing.
Yeah.
here.
it's supposed to be like hastily drawn.
And he's just drawing this.
Yeah, he's just like kind of with a thing of charcoal just going like this. And you would see that like if you'd been peeking earlier, like this was partially done, and he's like continuing
It.
Yeah.
The only thing I would do is actually look at Zeus's face and his body language to see what this is kind of like meaning to him.
Okay.
Like if he's like rushing it and trying to like get it out of his head kind of thing, or if he's like not taking his time but just kind of like chilling, doodling.
Sure. Make me an insight check. Okay.
This is my first roll. It's been like an
Zeus?
hour.
Zeus, what is your air right now?
My hair. I would say that you would probably see that he seems slightly uncomfortable with how he's going about this, and it's not essentially like a super quick doodle, like he's trying really hard to kind of get this out of the head, but it's not also like he's doing this for fun.
Okay, so it's purposeful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good word.
How do I want to approach this? Sorry.
Bro, I don't know.
No, that's too mom-like. Hold on.
It's-
I was gonna be like, "Is that you?"
Almost spat my water out. Zeus would spit his lungs out.
Why so long?
He doesn't have any water, so it's the thing I thought of.
Zeus, what is that?
I guess pain?
What do you mean?
Well, and he kind of like points towards the center of what looks kind of like flames. Him. Or that's whatever it was.
And who is that?
I don't know.
So he's in pain?
Yes, this is supposed to be fire.
I got that.
That one over there is burning him.
So he's being burned.
Yes.
And you saw this.
Well, I was in Harmony.
Oh.
It wasn't in Harmony, but
Oh.
it was, I guess, one of my visions
Hmm.
while I was away in Harmony.
Perhaps some deity is trying to contact you.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe Melil. I'm not sure.
Well,
You can see Zeus is really uncomfortable with this.
did you try meditating on it already? I assume you have.
Not that thing specifically. I kind of left it after what I saw.
Well,
Because I'm not exactly sure what I saw.
I've never seen you doodle before.
I mean, I
Ma-
drew sketches of items and stuff and places we've been, and he kind of scrolls all the way back and then in his pages and stuff. And
The
he,
quality of these drawings, though, appear to be like, why do I keep wanting to say premeditated today? Keep,
So-
like thought out.
yeah, so like all you see like nicely done sketches.
Okay, so this is like a
in the
doodle
actual
doodle
tome, but this is like a
compared-
separate piece of paper that he's like doing more emotionally, and that's why I picked that medium
Yeah.
for it. But all the
Um,
rest are like very detailed, kind of like Van Gogh, or not Van Gogh, Da Vinci.
Picasso. No.
I was thinking like Da Vinci is kind of the style that I was thinking of, like with his sketches and stuff.
Well, those are drawings. This is a doodle. It's a little different.
Yeah, this is different.
I get you don't want to talk about it, but let me know if you need help with any of it.
Thanks. I don't know what to do with it, and that's why I decided to just draw it.
Perhaps it'll come to you in time.
Perhaps.
Don't think too hard on it.
Overthinking things.
I go back to driving.
Okay. Mavis, make me an intelligence check for trying to finish off this
Le
book.
book.
Le
All
book.
right.
Le fiche.
Liffy.
Um,
I take
So-
it.
in addition to everything that you've learned so far, you're starting to get some pretty good basic understanding
Okay.
of magic in general. The different schools of magic, the different components of magic, whether it be somatic, verbal, material. You understand that some spells consume the materials, others don't. They simply require the material.
I've always been curious.
Mhm.
With an Arcana check to check if something is magical,
Mhm.
is that something that anybody can do, or like does it go over that side of things to detect, to physically see if something is magical?
So it's not so much like detect magic, like seeing an aura
Right,
around something.
right.
It's inspecting it for perhaps runes or anything that would indicate it has magical properties. So anybody can do it. Depending on the severity of the check, I might rule that you need proficiency in it.
Copy.
Which
I do have. So
okay.
That was like kind of a meta question, but also I just was curious if the book covered
Yeah.
it at all.
It would have gone over that. Yes, the basics of understanding magical items and that some basic ways of how to detect if something is magical. And you would have also learned of detect magic and its function. The other thing, though, finishing off this book, what you do find is the notion of two different types of effects on the weave. Zones of wild magic and zones of dead magic. Zones where the weave is essentially inert for some reason, and others where it's uncontrollable and acts out wildly. Other than that, you do have a pretty good basic grasp on magic to where you can now make Arcana checks to determine magical nature and quality of things.
Awesome.
Yep.
Copy
So,
that.
with that in mind, Gar, your schematics are coming along quite nicely. You're even impressed with yourself. You're thinking out all the details of what you need, the different material and component costs, marking it up in either Draconic or Common, whatever you would prefer.
They're gonna be in Draconic.
Okay.
No.
Nah, mine are in Gnomish, so.
Yeah, it's fair.
Yeah,
It'd probably look
taking
on proud.
Homage from my mentor.
Nice.
The native tongue.
Yep.
Okay. With that in mind, the next several hours pass by as the sun starts to set over the west, beyond the mountain range and the tree lines nearby. You find a path splitting off of the main road. May, you can see this. And off in the distance, probably about a half mile, you can see some torchlight from a nearby town.
I think there's a town coming up. We could stop to see if they have a seamstress.
Yes, get some,
I'm in.
Stuff
Alright.
to handle the blazing hot Turanai Desert.
How is it feeling now? Is it already getting like?
It's getting
We're sweating.
warmer.
Is it getting
But
warm
you
enough
did
for me
kind
to
of
take my
curve
shirt
back
off?
towards the south as this road itself kind of weaves its way towards the Turanai Desert. It's a little cooler than it was when the hyenas found you.
Okay.
But you do feel it getting warmer, yes. Let me see here. You know what?
I've got water supplies handled, as well as other drinks.
Yeah, we mainly need attire for these types of. Apparently, it's very harsh. So
We've got something wrong with the cart.
I was about to
No,
make
no,
the same
it's-
joke, in fact.
Those don't exist yet.
You do have wheels. I guess that's not tires, but yeah.
you should feel bad, Car.
I actually feel pretty amazing. My blueprints went very well.
Oh, did they really? I'll be looking at those when we're done here. Then.
So you guys veer off towards this town as the damn it, Joel.
Oh,
good
Josh, question.
Yes.
Wait for his mind to process for
Sure.
a moment.
Joel put.
Well, if you have a bag of holding almost entirely full of water, and then you also store a bunch of salt, do they stay separate or do they make salt water?
Well, okay, so judging by our test, it would
Mhm.
make
They did.
salt water
It should.
because it
Yeah.
intertwined. 'Cause
Yeah,
our stuff
it
got
made
wet.
some of the blankets wet last time you retrieved them, so you did confirm that it does interact with other. I didn't know any
So-
other way to say it, and I was waiting for somebody to make the first one.
It would make. We would turn our beautiful lake into a sea.
Oh God.
A salty sea.
But yes, did somebody have a question as well?
Yeah, was the voice a male or female voice that I heard?
You couldn't actually tell. It sounded like a just whisper, no actual
Okay.
tone to it. So it was too difficult to tell in the moment. It was also distant.
Okay.
Once again, like the weave itself, it's almost like you barely picked it up.
I'm chasing something.
Yeah. Yeah, to an extent. So you couldn't really make that out.
Okay, cool. Good to know.
Yeah. So, as you veer off towards the main town, or towards, well, off of the main road towards this town, rather. Yeah. Yeah, there's a mill in it. Why not? So,
In the desert?
not quite the desert. Thankfully, we're not in the desert yet. Actually, I'll say that there is a small stream flowing through this town that may, like, probably 2 to 3 times as large as an important town to you.
Like, so I can tell you.
New York?
New York, yes. Yeah, it's very small, actually. You know, it's
The entire population of Ador could live there.
yes, it could. So it's relatively small. You can probably count a couple dozen buildings, along with a larger building towards the center. There is a well in the center of town that kind of acts as a town hub where all the buildings are built around. A little further off towards the backside of the town, there's what would be a super small river, if not a large stream, where a mill is set up that is currently processing some water.
Processing some water?
Yeah, not the right word at all, but brain went with it.
It does.
Yeah,
It's
technically,
what it is.
it is what it is.
I'd find a place to park the cart.
Okay.
Whether that's in that courtyard area by the well or whatnot.
Okay.
Yeah. I guess I'd keep an eye out for someone selling local attire.
I'll say.
Gonna go ask.
Okay. I'll say that you see a small stable where a couple horses are set up in a single carriage. You pull up to that and stop Fengay and Zhao, and tie them up for the time being. It doesn't appear like there's any attendant here at the moment. As you all look more towards the center of town, you can see there seems to be a small gathering. Not everybody in the town, but looks like mostly a group of children and a few adults that are gathering around a fire as a single person is standing up, currently preparing to speak to them. Other than that, you don't see a whole lot of activity in the town. You see some people closing down some shops for the evening.
I'm sorry. What time of day is it again? Like what? Like is it
The
dark
sun
now
is
or no?
it's the beginning hours of twilight, so the sun
Okay.
is currently just barely dipped behind the tree line. There's still some ambient light within the sky itself, but you're definitely towards the later parts of the day.
I would just go up to someone who's closing down a shop, and I just say, "Excuse me."
You see a young woman currently putting a key into this door of a very simple looking building. Some is it thatch roofing, or like almost more like hay actually? Okay, then yes, thatch roofing. Small, probably just a couple rooms in it. As she turns around towards you, a little bit of like frazzled blonde hair.
Oh, hi. Well, welcome to town. Do I know you?
No, I actually just want to ask you a quick question.
Oh, of course.
Is there a seamstress or a tailor in town?
There is a tailor, yes. Tarok Melna. Tarok Melna. He runs that building over there, although I do believe he's closed down for the evening.
That's all right. Thank you.
Of course. Welcome to Palmandai, by the way.
Palmandai?
What?
Palmandai, yes.
Parmandai.
How do you spell that?
Can you spell both of those for me?
Yes,
The two.
sure. That's the name of the town.
Bad Mandy.
Bad Mandy.
That wasn't even close.
And
Bad.
Tarok
Bad Man
Melna.
Bad man die. Oh wow. That's the owner of the shop.
That
Taylor.
is, the
Yeah.
tailor of the shop. As she looks towards you with a smile on her face.
I don't get as many visitors here as we used to, but it's nice to have a friendly face nearby. At least seems like it. Are you staying for long?
We were just stopping on our way to Nidon.
Oh, that's why you need to see Tarok, of course.
Is there a reason you're asking, or you're just curious?
Just curious. Most people that come by, that's why they're here. The local craftsmen and anything they might need before the latter part of the journey. We are the last town before, well, you get into the truly heated regions of Ador.
So there's no other towns on the road to Nidon?
Small villages, but not a town, per se.
I understand.
Yes, mostly what you would find on any of those is people that choose to live in a small community might not be as welcoming and not as many shops or definitely no taverns.
Oh, where is your tavern?
It's right over there.
As you see, the only two-story building in town that doesn't have thatch roofing, more stone roofing.
It's known as the Last Cool Night, and you should be able to get some lodging there. We haven't had too many people traveling through town recently.
Last
Alright,
cool
thank
night.
you.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, if you don't mind, I'm going to join them.
As she points towards the gathering in the center of town.
What is that?
Oh, it's one of our local storytellers. He tends to tell different tales of the surrounding land and hands out books every once in a while of his journey. He stops through town every once in a while. Tonight he's telling... yes. Yes, he does. His name is...
Hello, Zeos.
As Zeus is suddenly there.
Wilhelm is his name.
Wilbur. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Jess.
Just
Tonight I believe he's
With that
telling
many
one.
L's?
Yes, exactly.
Wee.
I believe he's telling a tale pertaining to this town in particular, actually, if you'd like to listen.
I would. Thank you. I'm
Of
just
course.
going to go collect my friends. Unless, Zeus, you can relay some information to them.
I just like hold up my hand, point at the ring.
Oh.
I forgot about
mean,
that.
They are right over. I suppose we
And-
could use.
Well,
And as you
I
say-
could do that, but
And as you say right over there, you look over and you notice Mavis and Joran already making their way towards the center of town.
Are there
Never. We'll just reconvene afterwards. I'll just walk
Hey.
towards it.
Sure.
so it's like there was 5 feet between the cart and us. We could have literally just said something, and I was like, you could just.
Well, I
no,
thought I walked off towards a shop. So
You did actually.
Yeah.
The cart was in a stables. This
Okay.
was probably a good 30 feet away.
I thought we were much closer.
No.
That's
No.
why I was like, I'm right here. But yeah, no, I probably would have wondered with. 'cause
Yeah,
why
it
not?
makes sense. But either way, Gar, is there anything you're doing in particular during this time?
Yeah, you said there was a group of children gathered around playing.
Mm-hmm. Not playing. Currently, like snickering amongst each other as they're waiting for a story, essentially.
Oh,
He said children aren't.
I'm gonna,
kids.
I'm gonna walk over, and they're all snickering and stuff. Like, you kids want to see a magic trick?
Yeah.
As they all like gasp as they look towards you.
I'm a dragon.
Are you a lizard?
Mavis laughs as he's walking by.
Jordan tries to stifle a chuckle. As you see all of them currently looking at you with like mouths agape and eyes wide.
I'm a dragonborn.
Wow. I thought dragons were extinct.
Not this one. Would you like to see
Oh.
some magic?
They all like look towards each other and like give you this excited nod.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm going to use create water
Ooh,
to create a couple gallons of water in a 30-foot cube
okay.
above us.
Jesus.
Okay.
And before it starts to fall, just a couple. I'm not going to do the whole 10 gallons.
Sure.
I'm going to use my frost breath to turn it to snow.
Oh.
And then
a
so
lot of
just
water.
Just picturing you
So I just do a
accidentally making it
couple-
a solid block of ice that falls on
That's
everyone.
So that's why I'm only doing a
Children
couple
of the-
gallons
Yeah.
in a 30-foot cube to make like a mist that then turns into.
Got it. I
No
thought
ball.
you made
Okay.
a 30-foot cube of water, and I was like, holy
No.
They're all
shit.
dead. We've genocided a town. Here
It's
we
a
go.
It
Dagger storm.
begins.
All of the light
I don't
walkers
have to
begin.
create 10. I can
Yeah.
create up to
Yeah.
10.
No, I like it.
Okay.
You don't even have to make a check
That's
for this.
awesome.
This is very much within your wheelhouse. As you twist your hand and pull your claw as the charm lights up on the end of your warhammer, and you breathe your frost breath into the air, suddenly this burst of magic mixed with, well, not really magic, more element, mixed with water, turns it into this falling bit of snowflakes, some a little heavier than others. One of them lands on one of the kids' noses as he goes cross-eyed.
Probably never seen snow.
And you see it kind of cover the ground around them. Gina? That was so good. You see it cover the, like, all of them kind of gathered on this long 15-foot log at the moment. It covers the area of that. Some of it gets melted as it approaches this fire in the center of town. But you see them all like start rolling up different snowballs as it melts too quickly to do anything with. It's a pretty warm night. But they start laughing and looking towards you.
He's a magic lizard. Dragon? You said dragon.
Dragonborn.
Dragonborn. You're really cool, Mr. Dragonborn. I don't know how you made snow.
As they all start like messing around. Apparently one of them has a retainer.
Josh.
Yes.
You should probably think that some of these people probably have never seen snow.
Yeah.
At
for
this
the desert-like area.
At this
Close to a
particular
mountain.
place, you're close to a mountain range, and in the wintertime, you might get a little bit. You just wouldn't get a lot of accumulation.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you at this point you've curved back. Actually, I should update your position.
It's not too far off the.
I thought we were like.
I thought he just
kinda
made us
here.
like go backwards like a half a centimeter. That
No.
was him adjusting our position. I was like,
I kind of forgot about.
Yeah, so you're
the
you're
cloud
essentially
fires,
like
so-
right near the mountain range. So for this particular area, it's not
Okay.
unfeasible. You see this individual kind of step up with one leg on a stepped up or stood up stump as he speaks out. This kind of like dark, slightly graying hair, a little bit shaggy, moves just past his shoulders. Relatively like expressive nature as he speaks out. Welcome everybody. Tonight I shall tell you a story of this wonderful town and a man that was known around here 200 years ago. Are you ready? Children, you in particular, this is a very good lesson for all of you.
I
Should
sit
listen
down
carefully.
next to the kids and
Like
listen.
taking a vested
Sure.
interest
You
in
see
children.
you see a Listen here. You see a couple of them like poke your scales, Gars. They're just like staring in wonder at the probably one of the few Dragonborn that they've seen.
Banished them.
They appear in Zalir's bag of holding. It's bizarre. You see this individual, Wilhelm, stand with one knee on a stump. There once was a man, known to the locals of this place as the greediest man to ever live. He lived alone in a large house outside of town, which would have looked magnificent if he hadn't let it fall into decay. He never bothered to hire anybody to keep his house in order and refused to spend any money to clean or repair it. His yard was no exception, overgrown with weeds, tall grass, and vines that crawled their way up the house. Anyone who saw it would have assumed it was abandoned decades ago. Everyone simply called the man Greed, and had been doing so for so many years, nobody could remember his real name. Greed visited the town, this town that you see around you, once a week to buy supplies and sell whatever he could. Always at the largest profit that he could muster. The shopkeepers, all of you hated dealing with him, as you don't see anybody respond, because he did mention this was 200 years ago, because of his incessant haggling and bartering. Even when the price was finalized, he would try to haggle it further. Everyone would count coins with every transaction with Greed because he would miscount his coins or forget the exact price, always paying less than what was agreed upon, and grumbling when told to correct his mistake. You see at this point, the children have kind of settled down around you, Gars. They're trying to listen in, and a couple of them being a little rowdy, but for the most part paying attention.
Passing out fish jerky.
I like it. A couple of them
listening intently.
take it and bite it. One spits it out, probably because they've never tasted it before, expecting something else.
Probably hate it.
Yeah. Quite often it would have been impossible for him to get these supplies unless he knew months ahead that the town would need them. Various rumors spread about him in regards to how he did it. Some thought that he could predict the future. Some thought that he was somehow causing the town to have shortages. The most popular theory, though, was that his massive home was filled with countless treasures and supplies of all kinds that he had so much so that he always had what the towns needed because he had everything. Whoa. Some of the kids just like start reacting. One day, while traveling through the town for his weekly visit, Greed took the opportunity to barter with a stranger that was passing through, using his own items and exaggerating their value for the sake of trade, as though they were invaluable treasures. The stranger reluctantly made the deal and continued on his way. On his way home, Greed heard noises and saw shadows, as though he was being followed, but continued on his way until eventually he was confronted by this stranger. Greed smiled nervously as he greeted him, once again peddling his wares at immense value. He looked at him and said, "Why, hello again, my friend. Have you come to trade for one of my valuables after realizing what a wonderful opportunity has passed you by?" The stranger stared blankly at him, not amused. "The objects that you sold me were of deceptively low quality. They broke when I properly tested them, and when I double-checked the coins that you had paid me with for my goods of the finest quality,
I discovered more copper coins than there should be. More copper coins and fewer gold and silver coins. Greed's nervous smile changed to irritation, as he said, all sales are final. If you broke the items that I sold to you, then that is your own fault, not mine. And how do I know if you are telling the truth about the coins I spent? For all I know, you are making that up to extort more money out of me, and I am not falling for it. This traveler's blank expression didn't change. He simply said, I am not here for your money. I am here to teach you a lesson. You should really be more careful who you try to fleece coin from. The stranger cast a spell on Greed, as all the children, causing Greed's skin to split open, revealing bark beneath it. He grew taller as roots grew out of his feet into the ground, and his arms transformed into branches as he started to sprout leaves all over his now bark-covered body. The stranger looked at this new tree and said, now stay here, and think about what you did. You will have plenty of time to mull over your mistakes. And he simply turned back to the direction of the main road and continued his journey. The townspeople were, of course, initially happy to no longer have to deal with Greed, until after a couple of months, people wondered what could have happened to him. Most simply assumed he moved on to more towns, but others suspected that he left his house vacated, and traveled to his house to see if he had left anything behind. Greed could not be found, and the town gathered everything they could from his house, restocking the town with what they could find, and leaving nothing of value behind. Over the next few years, the village noticed that they were no longer having regular shortages. Surprise, surprise. Which led many people to believe the rumors that Greed was somehow causing the shortages to make a profit were true. The nearby towns also stopped having the same shortages, and the surrounding area started to prosper once again. And to this day, legends say that Greed still remains as this tree, somewhere in this nearby forest, learning his lesson.
I want to insight check and see if this is like, if he's embellishing the truth, if it's just a tall tale to tell kids to not be greedy.
Sure. Go ahead and make me an insight check. God dang it, Nathan. There's still a chance, I think.
I have a question about his accent, though. Is
Sure.
that a typical Nidonian accent, or something different?
It is not, in fact.
It is not? Okay.
No.
I don't know what the Nidonian accent is. That's what I was asking.
It's similar. There are definitely similarities. The over-enunciation of V's and W's kind of being interchangeable doesn't seem to tend towards the Turanian region, though.
Okay.
Yeah. However, Zeus, make me a history check.
Sure.
All right.
But we're gonna be like, no.
I know, right?
I need to
I'd
use the
prefer not to.
bathroom, So I'm like,
Yeah, this was actually
I
right where I was going to take
yeah.
a break. Okay.
18.
I'll say that you have heard this accent occasionally up towards Rand
Okay.
in the northern portions of Ador.
Okay.
You see the crowd kind of clap for him. Some of the children clap as well with smiles on their faces as he takes a bow, and we go to a bathroom break.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Thank God.
Yeah. All right, chat. We'll be right back. Stay attuned, but not actually attuned. Well, I mean, you can if you want to. Oh, yes. Also, you fully believed him. Where is it? There we go. All right. Be right back. Yeah, Joel, I'll agree with you. I'm pretty sure you have attuned fully to this stream by this point. Hold on. This one? Yeah, it's that one. There we go. Zor, it's so good to have you here. You said you don't have work tomorrow, right? That's cool that then you don't have to worry about, like, not getting sleep because I know you. You're gross. Got me. I don't know what else to say.
So baby.
You can always be identity. I did say that. Nice. Wait, what did I miss here? TJ. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. I totally forgot a section.
Of what?
The story. When I was transcribing it to, so fun fact, Joel wrote this entire story.
That's for Joel.
I just had to rewrite portions of it to be more of a tale told by a person.
Are you
But
saying Joel's not a person?
no, Joel
Wow,
insisted.
Josh.
I know, right? No. So Joel insisted that I actually do write it slightly differently because it was told more in like a lore dump rather than story.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Just kind of does. I does? What does I do?
We do.
What?
Do.
There's a cow.
Do. Are you proud of my sketch that I drew in like 5 minutes?
Oh my
It's masterful.
god. That
reaction was hilarious.
I love what Josh said to me because we were talking earlier when you were in here. He's like, I forgot the name of this file. It's called Pain.
Pain.jpg.
Pain.jpg.
Yeah.
Like, I opened it and I was like, this looks like a cave drawing.
Yeah.
I'm like, how do I draw charcoal? So I'm like taking random dry brushes in my photo software and I'm like, this doesn't look right. So I took the smudge tool and I just smudged it all. I'm like, that looks better. So, but I think it got the point across and the visual across of like what Zeos was going through with that. So.
Oh yeah. No, that was good, actually. I like that.
Well, you guys like my note on the story? Little greedy dude got turned.
Oh my god, it was great.
That was fantastic.
Summed it up very well.
Yep.
Oh man. We just wait on Nick.
How y'all doing, chat?
Joel, I forgot a portion.
Gokubot hates me. With all these loves, I got no love for anyone.
Gokubot do be a little bitch sometimes. This is just
You
an
love
accepted
me a
fact here.
fair amount.
Yeah.
So-
what's my love for? Here, this is the real
For hair?
question. See? Apparently, I hate
Oh my
everything.
god.
You hate yourself?
No.
You ate yourself, rather.
Oh, I get it, Nathan.
What's
Lol.
my love
Lol.
for Mavis?
Fuck yeah.
Oh my
Let's
God.
go. You love me and everything about me. I'm really honored.
And he didn't even
Thank
type
you.
Marvis.
It's true.
Oh yeah, less love for
Fuck
Marvis.
I
yeah.
was really hoping it was 7%.
That would have been amazing. Oh my gosh.
What about May?
Exactly
50.
50.
Right in the middle.
50.
Okay.
That feels weirdly accurate.
Over 50. I'll take it.
Most type the lobe. 52%.
Fine. Okay. 2% more than me, I see.
It is what it is.
It
So-
is what it is.
I'm the new one. It's okay.
Gotta love these.
It's fine.
Gokubot.
So as you guys, as the subtle applause around the fire slowly
I
subsides,
don't clap.
I kind of figured. You see Wilhelm kind of put his arms out and speak up once more. You know, it is said that all of the wealth that greed accrued was never truly recovered. Everything this village found within his mansion, deep in, well, not that even that deep in the forest, if I'm not mistaken. As he looks out towards some of the towns, you see, or townspeople, you see the female you were talking to earlier, May.
It's about an hour that way. But the path has eroded over time.
Well, from what I understand, town was never able to recover all of his wealth. In fact, barely a fraction of it. Some say it might still be there to this day. But everything else of value, of course, recovered. Thank you
That's
all.
right, Sandra.
Thank you. I will be here rest of night. As he steps down from the trunk, and he doesn't really get any applause after that. And also, my name is Wilhelm. Please pass along this tale of a bard to anybody that you find. I'm trying to make a name for myself, but it's difficult. College of Lore Bards are many and not few far between, as it were. I don't understand saying. There are many of us.
Since I fully believe him, I'm gonna rush up to him. Wilhelm, you said?
Yes, Wilhelm. Sorry, accent. Wilhelm, yes, indeed.
Do you know any others? Stories of lore or legend that of treasure or lost
Treasure.
islands or
Lost Island. I need to... Unfortunately, not Lost Island of sort.
lost cities?
Should I know this?
No, I'm just curious. You seem to know so much about
Well, I
history.
have spent much time within this region of the freelance here. I have heard tale of city called Besmaden, of this popular conflict between dwarf and gnome. Though nothing beyond simple tale. Simple.
Yes.
No
Very
location. Trust me, if Wilhelm ever find location, you will be first to hear, my friend.
Really, you'll tell me first.
Well, of course. I mean, clearly we are acquaintance already, yes?
Insight.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I haven't even told you my name yet, sir.
Sometimes there are bonds that surpass name. He's full of bullshit.
Yeah.
At least on this side. At least it's very clear that he's being exaggerative to try and form a connection.
All right. Well, great story, nonetheless.
Well, thank you. You know, I was not kidding, though. You ask about wealth. From what I hear, could still be within the manor itself. I know not. Many townspeople within this town here don't even believe the tales anymore. They say it is simple folklore. But I am Bard. Clearly, I must try to believe it at least somewhat to entertain a thought. Many tales that were simply legends turned out to be fact later.
Sounds like a case for the G&L Detective Agency.
Oh. Well, is this what you are part of?
No. I'm but a simple traveler.
Well, then you have my companionship, for as am I, a humble storyteller.
Right.
Well-
Pull out my pipe and start walking away awkwardly. Okay, bye.
Yeah.
I walk up to Mikar.
Mm-hmm.
That was bullshit.
What?
That whole story. You weren't actually believing him, were you?
No, he was very much telling the truth.
He's a bard. It's his job to make things hyperbolic.
Hyperbolic.
To exaggerate,
Oh.
embellish,
But
lie.
there's most stories, even if are untrue, start from some truth.
This very well could have just been a ploy to get people to, the children specifically, to not be greedy, because you'll get turned into a tree. Oh no, I've seen it 100 times.
That could happen. Magic is a crazy thing, Mavis.
Yeah, but not just simply because you are greedy. It's because you run into someone who can actually wield that magic. It's told in such a way to try to deter behavior, which means it's not trustworthy in my eyes.
Still, possible treasure, abandoned house.
Possible ambush by a bunch of bandits.
Correct.
Yeah.
You. Yeah, that's it.
I think I'm starting to realize it. I hate bards. Most of them that I've met, I really don't like them.
My apologies. I thought I saw a wolf, but was merely dog.
What was that?
Wilhelm scream.
I was so confused because I was doing something. I'm like, did I click something? I'm like, no.
I knew you named that for a fucking reason.
He continues on. Oh, Gar, something he would have done actually, and I was going to do in the moment, totally forgot. When you asked of any more stories, he would have handed you a book titled, hold on. Where did it go? Titled The King's Library. It would seem like a very small book, and just like he had several more from it.
For free?
Yes, for free. I am not author. It's simply another tale if you appreciate stories. I can get many more where this is. It's a small book. Very well known among children's tales as well as even other, well, simply, what do you call it? Moral lessons.
And put it in my bag. Where? I know you said you're a traveler, but where do you hail from?
Originally from city of Rand. Or nearby, not city proper. Outside, outer limits. It is long way away. Eventually made up enough money to make my way to Port Dalen and there to Harmony to pursue career of being bard.
Seems like you're doing a good job of that.
Why, thank you. Of course, it's only beginning. I tell folktale. And it gives me great joy to see people listen to folktale.
Nothing wrong with that.
Well, I hope you have a good evening. And thank you for the interest in story. It makes me proud to be bard. No, it's appreciated.
What bardic school did you go to?
The College of Lore. As he pulls open his jacket
sense.
that he has on, and you see a symbol with one of the four quadrants that's indicative of the Grand Hall, with the lower left one lit up.
So not the College of Secrets.
The college.
I want to gauge his reaction to me saying this.
Okay, maybe an insight check. You see him as soon as you mention it, kind of furrow his brows and look away from you. No, not heard of College of Secrets. From the gist of it, you get the feeling that he does, based on your insight check.
That he's heard of it, but he doesn't belong to it.
Right.
Okay. Right. I haven't heard of it either. I kind of tap my snout.
Then I know I am among friend. Well, thank you for the interest. If you don't mind, I'm going to retire for evening.
Right.
When we speak to the rings, does it make sound out loud, or it's in the mind?
Mental ping.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Then while he's over there talking with him, I'd say,
Ask him if he tires of Caesar's light.
Oh, one last question, Dylan.
Oh, yes, of course.
Do you so tire of ceaseless light?
Not precisely, no. I mean, I tell stories day, I tell stories night, and not depending on light level, I simply speak and have campfire and different things to adjust if there is no light.
All right, now run away. I don't think he's gonna just keep talking.
I run
I'm
away.
gonna I approach.
Just suddenly Gar. Pew!
Runs right into me.
When do I stop?
No, he stopped. No, that was very, very good form. Very good form. Practicing training late today.
Hello.
Hi. I just wanted to say that I appreciate that story.
Well, thank you.
My father taught me when I was young, but
Well, your father seems like wise man.
he was very much so. I have a story, and I was wondering if you'd be interested in reading it.
You are talking to a bard of the College of Lore. This is sort of what I live for.
I'm going to take out the story of Shuitan that I
Oh.
transcribed from
Nice.
the library and give it to him.
Okay. Oh, you're actually giving it to him, or just letting him read it?
Mhm.
Oh.
May practically has his shit memorized.
Oh
but
yeah.
Yeah, she gives it to him.
Let me see here. That was about to be a D230. So there's
Yes! High chance of success.
Yeah. I have not heard of this particular story before, but Lucan, I recognize the name of Bard.
You do?
He has written others as well, yes.
Do you know where he is now?
If I am not mistaken, he should be, last I heard at least, he was in City of Trigate.
Thank you.
Of course. It seems like quite a wonderful read. I shall spend some time with this.
Yes. The woman involved is miraculous in every way possible.
Well, then I shall be extra careful with it. Thank you for recommendation.
Of course.
He turns around with, like, story in hand. As you can see, he is reading it as he walks off. Oh, by the way, is there any particular reason? I have not heard of it before. It does not seem like a popular one. Something to glean from story that I should be aware of. Perhaps when I retell the tale.
Never give up.
Ah, story of perseverance. Is good tale. Well, I shall keep this in mind. Thank you. Turns and makes his way towards the tavern. Zeus, are you doing anything? I mean, you were
just waiting for me to get back, and I was gonna probe.
okay.
I am
You're
gonna
gonna what?
walk away. Quickly, fast walking, power walking.
Yeah, now you're on too, May.
Wherever car went, I'm going.
Yeah. Even better pace.
I return to Zeus, but as I do, I just say in the ring, the tavern is that 2-story building over there, and I found a tailor we can visit in the morning.
Yeah, not open tonight. Oh, okay. All right, that works.
Right. I've got a surprise for us when we get to the tavern.
On my way now.
I look over me. I'm like, Shelby?
Sure.
What did you give him?
A story I had written down.
You did have a few stories back in the manor, so hope it's an interesting one.
It was a story about my mother.
There's a story about your mother.
Yes. I found it in Harmony.
Well, that's impressive.
She was. Is? I
Well,
don't know.
May I read this story? Well, I see you just gave it away, so I guess I can't read it.
I could recite it to you sometime.
Oh. Yes. Maybe over some. Oh. Yes.
Why?
I just thought of Larry.
Oh.
Oh.
If
Shall
you
we
do say
go
that,
to
I
the
like
bar?
reach for.
Yeah, I think that did just happen.
Yeah, I reach for the necklace that I have. That's Laren's ring on a red string.
Oh, that's right. That's
Shall
so
we?
good.
Yeah.
I wonder what Gar has.
Joran catches up with you, Mavis.
Well, quite a tale. Did you
I
believe
think
it?
that's all it is. Nope, not at all.
Neither did
I
I.
tend to be
He seemed
distrustful
quite-
of bards in general, especially ones that are literally paid to tell stories and make them extravagant.
Precisely my thoughts on it as well. He did seem to be over-enunciating some details and perhaps even speaking falsely of their true magnitude.
I agree. He's paid to do so. But there's monetary interest that I'm less inclined to believe genuine nature.
Supposedly the town should know, though, yes?
Unless they've bought into his lies. They don't. And I
It is a
don't mean
possibility.
to offend in it, but they don't seem like scholars.
This is a good observation. I agree with you. Well, I suppose we should make our way to the tavern, yes?
That's where we're headed right now, actually.
Oh, of course, the tall building. By
So I
comparison.
forget you don't have one of these. Yep.
Oh, yes, I do not. But that's quite all right.
You guys make your way towards the tavern, where there was no tavern music going on, no regular band or anything playing. I'll say you do see Wilhelm in a corner just plucking some strings on a lyre, or not a lyre, a lute. So you make your way into the tavern. Gar, you would see the four of your other party members. You guys would see Gar standing next to a table with some plates set out, because food wouldn't be there yet.
Come over.
Well,
What's this
I've
surprise you
already
have?
ordered some food. Should be out shortly. But
Are there potatoes in mine?
well, they're just gonna bring an arrangement of foods.
Oh,
You
okay.
don't have to eat the potatoes. And then I pull out a cask of honey mead that I have for some reason.
Oh, from Teiyu.
Oh,
You got it ages ago from Teiyu. I forgot about that.
And I set it on the.
That's why you asked me why you had.
Yeah.
But I was like, I don't know.
And I set it in the center of the table.
Is that what I think it is?
It's honey mead from Teiyu.
I've never been to Teiyu. Is it nice?
Spirited
Listen.
bad.
It's better now.
Interesting characters.
That's good.
The most important lesson I think we learned there was don't get poked by a pitchfork.
It hurts.
Right.
A lot of wisdom gained.
But no, I just we've come a long way, especially the three of us, since leaving home. May, I know you've traveled quite a long distance in your journey, but tonight I feel we perhaps celebrate a bit. We're getting closer to our next goal, our next destination. We've worked hard. There's improvements to be made for sure, but we're on the right track.
I kind of just look at Gar's, look into Gar's eyes.
You're okay with this?
Just looking at the alcohol on the
Drink.
table.
I would have
Safari of
asked
savagery.
the waitress or bartender, whoever, to give me glasses so that
Mm.
way everybody could have a glass.
Yeah.
And I would pull as they. I'd be so to us and to this journey that we're all on.
Shall I cheer as well? I've only been here for
Yes, grab a glass.
very well. Well then, here.
Pull out my water skin.
Take a mug.
Yeah, you guys all, unless some of you don't.
Sure.
I take my water
Does
skin.
May take a mug?
Okay.
I do.
Okay. Then Mavis takes a water skin. Jordan takes a mug. As you all drink in unison for this toast, Jordan puts his mug down on the table.
I'm very happy I met you all. You have given my life purpose in a way that I had not expected. I expected to simply be running a rundown shop for forever. Simply,
Your life had purpose before we met you, Jordan. Just wasn't sure what it was yet.
I like that outlook. I'll agree to this outlook.
Thank you for sharing your knowledge with us. I'd be far more lost had you not decided to come along.
It is. I'm quite grateful that I still have that to give. Means that
Now, started down a road of self-discovery that I never expected I'd venture into, or even knew existed. And I have you to thank for that. So, thank you.
You see him like have this smile on his face that he doesn't stifle to try and get rid of completely, but just like composes himself.
It is quite genuinely my pleasure, Mavis Shams. And I thank you as well, not only for your insightful outlook into the wonderful world of inventing that you have, but also for your open-minded willingness to accept what you may be.
He kind of gestures a little bit towards his satchel with all of the papers in it.
I nod.
It is truly an honor to be a part of this journey with you. With all of you.
What's everybody's passives? I know yours, May, because you just mentioned it.
I think mine's worse.
16.
16.
Oh, that's right. You guys are
11.
16 buddies. Okay.
Woo!
Yeah.
Gonna be
um,
16 for a while.
yeah.
Like, this-
Zeus and Gar, pretty much in unison. You overhear some conversation off to the side between two people. You catch just bits and pieces of it. One of them talking absolute BS about Wilhelm's story. The other one kind of backing it up, saying, no, it's a real story that was passed down through the town. One of them claiming that it's all just inflated and it was probably just some random dude in a house. And the other one, you do pick up with your passive perception, claims that there was supposed to be thousands of gold within the house that was never recovered. That's what you get from it.
What? You never blow on that thing unless you're deep in thought about something.
Well, I look around. I lean in. There's people talking about the Wilhelm story,
Well, I'm sure there are.
but one is claiming that his claims were true.
So then he found the treasure.
No, but supposedly that it's been a story that's been passed down for generations, and that there's thousands of gold missing,
But
perhaps still in the manor.
don't you see that's the moral of the story? Greed got him turned into a tree, but greed can do far worse things.
Does treasure hunting really greed, especially if we do good things with those? Greed in
Treasure
its
doesn't know
essence.
you're going to do good things with it.
Right, but greed in its essence isn't just the want for money. It's the want for money and not doing good things with it. It's swindling people for the sake of money. We, on the other hand, could do good things with it.
Just because a story's been passed down for generations doesn't make it true. And if it really has been passed down for generations, do you really think we're the first ones to want to go look for it? And do you really think we'd find it in the short time frame that we have to look for it?
And if it is true, how do we know it's not cursed by something?
Or guarded by bandits? Or worse?
Zeus, you're being awfully quiet.
Um,
Oh no, it already got to him.
I mean,
why I don't
I'm
drink this
kinda
stuff.
indifferent about it.
I suppose-
Till about 200 years ago, a man got turned into a tree, which is plausible. And
Can't believe I agree with that now.
from what it said that the place is returned to normal, maybe this person was a thief of some sort that was taking stuff from other places and holding it in his manor. So yes, it's possible that that place might have some treasures or goods or dust. It has been a couple hundred years, supposedly.
Well, that's a guarantee.
What were you saying, Mace?
Do we remember, or do we know exactly, like, I thought we were on a time frame to reach Nidon. Am I remembering that incorrectly?
No, you are correct. You do know that based off of for the sake of this, give me a history check just so that I can tell you specifics.
Oh,
Yeah.
let's go.
So you do know that you have about a 2-day padding.
Okay.
You should arrive with 2 days to spare on your current pace, and you've been making pretty good time overall. From what you've heard, if you're considering it, the giant house that's out of the way is only about an hour into the forest.
Right. And refresh my memory as to what the deadline, like why we had to be there by that day.
So you're going to meet with the scavengers that Joran got the arm from, and they go out into the Turanite Desert regularly on the first full moon. Or on the first full moon of the month.
That's right.
We have a couple days to spare, but we don't know what we could run into on a road that might delay that. And I genuinely just think that it's a bit of a foolish decision.
We
But-
could always just take a peek, and at the first sign of danger, skedaddle.
I personally
last
have
time-
no interest, but if you want to go, I'll go with you.
If the majority votes and Jorah and I include you in this to go, I'll follow, but we have to be as alert as we possibly can be. I don't want another bandit situation happening.
You see Joran like searching, really thinking on it.
I agree with Gar's sentiment. Insofar as, well, if I did not have money available to me, I never would have been able to meet you all. It can have a good purpose, and we are going to the City of Coin. It'd be nice to have some extra if the rumors are true, and if it's not, well, we should be able to determine that pretty quickly. Or you all should. Forgive me, but I may be able to help investigate things, but beyond that, well, my skill set is
And
limited.
that's beneficial. Oh, so to be clear, you're a yes?
I believe I am.
It's 2 for, 2 against, 1 indifferent.
Zeos, do you care to lean to a side?
How about this? Gar, if you can dig up some information tonight from the people in this tavern or around to get some more concrete ideas of this tale, then we can go.
You just kind of see a blank look over Gar's face.
Yeah, you do.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
Sounds good. Let's do that. Joel's a great idea.
I agree.
Yes, for sure. No,
It's
this
worked
seems
every time in
wise.
the past.
So there you see Gar with a blank look on his face.
Mm-hmm.
Tell you,
And
text
then-
typing.
I didn't count the words. Yeah, that should be good.
Yeah. Well, I just got the deciding vote from Laren. She said, as long as you're careful, the gold is always helpful, but please make sure you stay careful. Stay careful? Stay safe, I'm assuming, is what she meant. But she said stay careful.
Stay healthy.
You discussed Laren.
So,
I did.
to be
Well,
clear, then, she's a yes as well?
She's a yes as well.
I agree
As
with
long as we're
Zeus.
careful.
It sounds like careful is the key word there. I agree with Zeus' sentiment, though. I believe we should get more information before doing so.
We're not planning on doing this tonight, right?
Oh, no.
No.
It would be foolish to go into the
Then
woods.
I agree with
Never
you.
mind.
We get more information, but I still am a no.
And we still need to get the gear in the morning.
The what?
The gear to get it.
Oh, the gear.
Go into the desert.
Clothing,
Clothing,
The attire.
any shelter needs. etc.
regalia, garb.
Like
Okay.
So-
any gear that we need. Trying to generalize.
I started making my way around the bar, just asking people if they've heard this tale.
Okay. Yeah.
What information they can give while they're eating.
I'm gonna drink some mead and kind of eavesdrop each conversation
Sure.
from the one spot
Um,
that I'm sitting at.
Gar, make me a general persuasion check here for interacting with everybody. And I'll kind of give you a summary.
I'm so persuasive.
Damn. Okay. So pretty much across the board, with the exception of maybe like one or two people, everybody believes that aspects of the tale are true. That there did used to be a person that was called Greed, because even neighboring towns can corroborate some similar tales. They have an actual manor to speak of that does collaborate or corroborate the tale as well as being his. You would hear from anybody that talks about if they've made trips into it, which is only like 1 to 2 people, that it is completely overgrown. There is nothing of value there, and one of them believes that yes, there's still gold to be found there. The other one believes that it's all horseshit and it's just a ransacked mansion.
Anyone speaking of any dangers that they ran into or the like?
With the exception of wildlife, everybody seems to say basically the equivalent of like, don't trip on the rubble.
Okay, but no traps to speak of.
Nobody mentions anything about traps.
Okay.
Nope. The fact that a bunch of commoners have made their way in and out of the mansion, it seems safe in that regard.
Okay.
So that's the gist of what you get for over the next 30 minutes gathering information.
I'll come back.
Zeos, you would have been eavesdropping on this, so you would have heard most of that.
Well, from what I've gathered, the story of the mansion is real. Whether it holds gold or not is to be determined. As far as its safety, well, besides local wildlife, there's nothing to fear.
Wildlife can be
No
dangerous.
traps to speak of, no bandits in wait, as it seems many folks, at least a couple that are here today, have made their way into the mansion.
In your conversations with these people, did you indicate to them that we were interested in going to investigate this?
No.
Okay.
Just that I was curious if there was any validity to the Bard's tale.
Very good.
Well, I'm new to the group, so I don't consider my vote as having much sway, but I stand by what I said.
Laren still is a yes. Gar still is a yes. Zeus, are you still indifferent?
I mean, from what I understand from hearing everything, if commoners can just walk over to this manor, we can take a look. I don't see any harm in it.
I mean, who better to investigate than us, really? When we found the secret room within our own manor.
Speaking of that, we still haven't figured out what that other door does.
Yes.
The one next to the piano?
Yeah.
Should I sleep
The
in the
one
manor
next to the
tonight?
piano opened when we played the piano.
No. Well, that was like a secret door behind a bookshelf. I'm talking about the door that's just in that room that's locked.
Oh. Right.
I wonder if it's another melody that has to be played.
Could be.
Maybe. How did we figure out the other melody? I don't remember that.
Maybe a history check. Unless Gar knows.
There was an arrangement of keys, and we played it in a
Yeah, Laren played it in a specific order, but how
Yes,
did
I asked her to play the keys spelling FACE.
F-A-C-E. Those are just notes on a keyboard. I don't think they mean anything.
Well, it means face if you put them all together.
Mavis, you can remember that where you got the information to play them in that order, they were etched into the backside of a bookshelf in order from top to bottom. Just the letters
That's right.
F, then A, then C, then E.
I relay this information.
Yes, you do.
Fascinating.
I know. Okay, so then you're a yes, as well as Hales.
I guess so.
Alright,
Well, else we take a couple hours out of our way, and then we hit the road again.
very well.
Don't you come back no more. Well, I suppose I'll turn in for the evening. Would you like me to come along to this mansion?
I
Yes.
don't see why you
If
wouldn't.
you want to.
Perfect, then I shall.
All right. Who all sleeping here? Who all sleeping in the manor?
Are people going back?
I was going to sleep in the manor.
As was I.
Well, I guess I'll join just in case. And instead of someone watching you, we'll just ask Eleanor or Gunther to alert us if anything happens. They seem to know everything that's
That
going
would-
on.
Be better than watching me sleep. Yes.
Mavis, take my blueprints with you.
I might take a look at that odd door.
You wrote in Draconic.
How do you know this?
Because I've seen you write in Draconic before.
That's clearly draconic. As I just point at it.
I don't know how to read it, but I know what it looks like.
Well, that says, and that says,
Yeah.
that says screw
Keep your
left
filthy eyes off of
Ellen
it.
Arm.
So wait, you're going to the manor, May? You're going to the manor, Zeus?
Yeah, I guess why not?
I'll stay with you then, Gar.
I have no choice.
Fair.
Have a restful evening in a nice warm bed in this tavern.
You sleep well in your... I don't know where you sleep. Like grass? Dirt? Clouds? I don't know.
Currently,
I've never
it's
seen his
snow
room,
is stone.
so
Have you not? No, you
No.
bet you went into it when it was clouds.
I
Yeah.
went into it when it was
Yeah,
clouds.
because I was
Yeah,
trying to
nonsense
trick you
changed.
into falling. And you
Yeah.
didn't.
Right.
I remember
So
with the clouds.
disappointed. Someday you'll actually fall when you enter.
Not likely.
That'll be funny.
So,
Yeah.
Zeus and May, you're making your way back to the manor.
I guess so.
The rest of you guys, Joran, Mavis, and Gar, find your way off to different rooms unless Mavis and Gar are doing anything.
Probably get together and go over the blueprints.
Okay.
Yeah. Go over the
I would
blueprints.
go up to the bartender, set the cask up there, and say, "These drinks are on me. Anyone can partake."
Oh, thank you for your hospitality. I shall be sure to ensure that anybody that wishes to drink from it knows that it came from a wonderful patron such as yourself.
And we promise it's not poison.
That is a good promise, actually. I have no way to test this theory. On second
Here,
thought,
I
actually,
pour a little
this
bit.
is.
There you go. There's a breath.
How do I know that you have not simply built up immunity to this poison?
That's fair.
Uh,
I'll do it.
I'm a
No,
cleric.
I won't.
that
I
sounds like a
wouldn't
great.
poison a bar full of.
It's
Cheers,
just-
Claire.
You have a
Make me a
right.
persuasion check, Gar.
I'm so persuasive.
Wow.
Apparently that works every time you do
Hot
it.
damn.
Let's go.
Okay, you have a. All right.
I would be bad. I would be a bad tavern owner if I did not at
It's
least
from
taste it.
Teiyu, if that helps.
Is it? It's honey mead from Teiyu, like you stated.
Honeymead. All right. Well, in that case,
He takes a goblet out, pours it on, takes it and just a little bit in the goblet.
it is good honeymead. It does not
That'll be
appear
10
as
gold.
though I am dying from poison, so I shall allow others to drink it as well. Thank you for your hospitality, officially, sir.
Here, and I flip him a gold.
Many thanks. We do not get many generous patrons such as yourself throughout this region. It's good to have you here. You've already
Good.
paid for your room, so you are, well, all good in that regard. Simply return the keys to me in the morning.
Will do.
Thank you.
Do you tire Stasis like?
Well, not exactly. No, I mean,
Okay.
I don't
Good night.
understand the question.
As we're walking like up the stairs, I'm like, why do people always assume that poison has an instantaneous effect? Sometimes it can take like an hour or a day.
It's exactly what I was
Oh,
wondering.
right?
I didn't want to say anything though to
Pretend
make him
to,
even
like,
more
fall over.
suspicious.
So, Mavis, I think we're also doing that wrong.
What?
I feel like we're supposed to state that I do so tire instead of asking if they do, because that's
That's
not
fair.
technically the key phrase. It's
I do so tire. She's just like,
right.
it might be easier to do than coming up with different ways of asking the same question.
Right.
Oh, I do so tired, ceaseless light.
Exactly.
So you guys make your way upstairs to one of the rooms, which is probably one of the lower quality rooms you guys have stayed in on your travels thus
Let's
far.
go.
It's a very humble
I mean,
tavern.
We just stayed in a church.
Wait.
I was just about to say, even less than the church.
Even less than the
Church is
church.
banging.
The church was minimalistic, but it at least did have, like, the quality of the building was sound. This is like rickety, It's not very
I
welcome.
see. It's
Yeah,
not the bed, it's the building.
exactly.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
As long as it's not like cockroaches or
it-
some shit, we're chilling.
No.
Hey, at least it's quiet compared to conk, conk.
Oh my gosh, yeah, you did.
Oh man,
I forgot about
the sounds of the city. I miss
that.
Sounds of
So, with the two of you guys making your way back to the manor, is there anything specific you're doing back in the manor?
There's one thing.
May, I'm curious because I don't know. Zeos, I think I know what you're doing, but tell me anyway, actually.
I'm gonna go investigate. Do I remember where we found the face thing?
Yeah.
It was on the bookshelf.
It was, I'll point it out to you. It was right here on this bookshelf in the lower left of the
It
living
was
room.
on that bookshelf. Okay.
Yep, and you can see
I'm
it there
gonna
now.
go Yeah, I'm gonna go spend some time investigating
Oh
this
my-
and see if I can figure
Nick!
out.
Wait, what happened?
Go to my room.
Oh, yeah! I forgot!
I forgot I did that!
That was you!
That was TG.
This is like the spot of my nightmares.
I'll just bring the stream over there as well so they can see what...
Totally forgot.
I
What
forgot.
does it say?
Gar
This is
watching
Gar.
over May.
Yeah.
And it's a giant
That's
token.
that's crazy.
Yep.
Sleep good.
I can remove that for you.
Yeah,
Please!
we were waiting to see how long it would take.
I saw
Oh
you
my
step
God.
on that trap, Mavis.
No, you didn't.
Hey.
I'm so light, it doesn't trigger it.
Oh God.
Oh, so that's the secret.
So yeah, I'd be doing that, and then the only other notable thing that I'd probably do, and this mostly pertains to May in the morning, or next time you see me, is that Zeus is gonna take his shirt and cloak off and put them away.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Okay.
Oh,
So that'll be in the
I
morning.
can't see it, so I forget about it because I can't see your room.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
for like 2 hours, I'm just gonna be trying to listen for footsteps.
Okay.
And then I will attempt to sleep.
Okay. For 2 hours then. Okay. Over the course of a couple hours, make me a perception check actually. Okay. You don't hear any footsteps. Oh, any steps outside the manor, or even just noises in general outside the manor. Nothing catches your attention.
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty much all you have to go off on that, though.
Then I'll attempt to sleep.
Okay, make me a Constitution saving throw.
Do I need to roll for any investigation checks into figuring out
And-
the door?
Roll me a D100, May. Oh God.
I overdid.
You gonna
I
take
won't
that?
take that 5.
Yup. Oh no.
Do you want me to public or blind roll it?
Blind roll it for me.
Does this work? There you go. It did work.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. Yeah, a normal night of nightmares as per usual, except this time you wake up feeling pretty exhausted. Not very much sleep over the course of the night.
Okay, so I'm not sleeping for most of the night, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Then I'm listening.
Okay, make me another perception check.
Because that was the whole point of this.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Ouch.
Oh no. Okay.
857.
You find that
I bet my D100 was like a 98.
no, thankfully not. The world would have died otherwise. But you find that though you're listening for sounds outside, it's gonna sound weird, but make me an insight check.
You
do.
said I hear things.
You do.
Oh, so now you want to... Okay.
An insight check on a shitty perception check.
Okay, so
Does it even out?
you find that you're trying to listen to sounds, anything that could be outside the manor. But there's this internal turmoil the entire time from these nightmares that you experience every night while in the manor. But given the insight check, I'll say that you sense underlying tones of anger, and fear. You don't know exactly why, but there's this, like, you're feeling almost within yourself. There's like this anger mixed with a little bit of fear.
Wait, fear?
Anger is the more prevalent one.
The anger makes sense to me. The fear does not make sense to me.
Which is why you actually pinpoint that you're feeling it at all.
Okay, so I'm right that doesn't make sense.
Correct. Yes.
Alright, well, if I'm gonna say that, I'm gonna just, like, do a lap around the room.
Okay, sure. You technically do have some time to try and sleep once more, since time is twice as much here.
I don't even know if it's worth it.
Yeah, that's your call. You do have a point of exhaustion right now.
Actually... Fuck yeah, I'm gonna walk around the manor and,
Okay.
like, walk near the walls.
Okay.
I don't know.
Are you doing
I'm
anything in
still just trying
particular
to
with
hear
it?
shit.
Okay.
And, like, I'll go... If Gar's room's, like, unlocked, I'll go into Gar's room.
I don't think you locked it, Gar, so...
Why did you make this face?
Waiting? You get the feeling there's something I missed?
But yeah, I'm literally... Whatever door's not locked, like, I am checking everywhere to see if I can hear these footsteps.
Can you go into the room for me?
Oh, no.
Where are you going to?
Just
Did she
actually
just go into
controlling
baby
your
You
character.
should share this screen on stream.
I'm not okay. What? I don't need to be surprised again.
Yeah, I wanna.
No, there's nothing
Oh, she's going
that you see.
to-
But
Yeah.
as soon as you step on that rug right there,
Oh my god! No!
you find yourself plummeting into a pool of water. Just out of nowhere. The rug itself falls in, kind of draping half of it in the pool with the other half still hanging on. Yeah.
Do I hear that?
I don't know what you're doing with that. Probably not with your door closed. It's not like she cannonballed.
Well, no, I'm downstairs.
Make me a perception check with disadvantage.
Okay.
Actually,
14.
okay, I didn't know this was here before. I've stepped on this
Didn't.
carpet before and there was a floor, so...
That is correct.
I'm just gonna kind of like look around after my moment of immense panic. I don't think I feel tired anymore.
Yeah, not right now.
I'm just gonna kind of like look around and try to figure out like what the
So looking around you, you see a relatively crudely made basin of water, solid wooden planks that form the walls of this pool, similar to what you see above. A little bit imperfect in its construction, probably 5 feet deep. So you find yourself like towards the bottom of it when you first fell in. But obviously you feel like you could swim out easily enough. There's a draping rug in it right now that sort of the red texture light kind of glistens off of it, reflecting through the waves that have been made by falling in from the torchlight above. That's mostly what you see.
I assume I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, not with a 14.
I'm just gonna climb out. Straighten out the carpet.
Mm-hmm.
Wring out my hair. On the carpet.
All right.
And continue to walk around this room. while sleeping with stuff.
Soaking wet.
Okay.
Soaking wet. And I'm gonna go through the whole manor, and I was wondering how long that takes.
Oh, like 5 minutes.
The whole manor?
Well, you're just doing the outer walls, right?
Yeah, of the
Yeah,
whole
so to
manor.
walk the perimeter of everything, yeah, not that long.
Both floors?
Yeah.
And the basement?
Maybe 7. It's not going to take you very long, though.
I just feel like I'm walking real fast, but anyway.
Are
Yeah,
you
I
walking
mean-
into Zeus's back room?
If it's not locked, I'm walking in there.
Not locked.
Now that you know where the door is, you can find the
Yeah.
handle relatively easily.
Paris, if you notice one of the pictures on the wall.
Message me, Zeus, quickly. I forgot what the picture on the wall
Oh,
is.
yeah. It's not technically a picture, but I'll whisper you what it is.
Hello. Oh, this is
Yeah.
this is lovely environment. I'm literally just gonna walk in and just wave at him. Walk the
I'm
perimeter.
not here. I'm downstairs.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, then
That's
I'm
not actually
walking
real.
the perimeter.
Okay.
And we leave.
Okay,
We
so
out the
you're,
door.
you're not going
You're not
into
going
the
into
other
back
room.
No.
Okay.
No, okay.
I
Okay,
just
then
made
I-
a point.
Okay.
And then I'll go downstairs and do the same shit. And then I'll come back up
Okay.
and attempt to sleep for a second time.
Make me one last perception
Still
check
listening.
with advantage.
for these-
Oh, hold on. Do I see you come in, walk
would've,
around
yes.
past me,
While
soaking
soaking
wet?
Yes.
Yes, just
I would probably ask
I
you,
don't
are
sleep with shoes on.
no.
I would probably ask you, like, hey, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good. Are you okay?
You're wet and you look,
Yeah, I am.
sorry, but you look horrible.
Well, I didn't sleep much thus far, so that could be why.
Nightmares?
Yeah, not hearing any footsteps or anything though. I'm gonna go check again now.
Would you like me to help you?
No, it's actually, yeah, sure, why not?
Okay. Well, then I guess I would join in once May got to in here where I was doing absolutely nothing apparently.
Okay.
So should I roll a perception check?
Sure, both of you roll perception checks.
I'm gonna do great.
Oh, okay.
It's weird.
Sweet lord.
Sound?
You guys don't hear anything outside the manor throughout your entire check of it.
Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. We heard nothing.
Yeah, throughout the I'll say 10-ish minutes that it takes for the whole thing.
Go back to my room. Do the same thing.
Try and get
Okay.
some sleep. But
I'll do my best.
uh,
I think this time, instead of listening for footsteps, I'm just gonna pay heavy attention to what I'm actually hearing from
Okay.
these nightmares. Because I don't actually hear them once I'm awake on the material plane, no?
Correct.
Okay. And so when I do I hear them when I'm awake here, just to clarify?
Nope.
No? Okay, so this is just what I'm hearing, like, in my sleep.
Correct.
That's not sleep. That's, like, half sleep.
Correct.
Got it. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna pay heavy attention to see if I can pick out any distinct noises, voices, things of that nature. Unless this is the dream with the hands that I have.
Hands?
I'll clarify that later. That's
Okay.
fine.
Oh, no, oh.
With all the hands.
I would say that is part of it. It's not like a
It would.
singular dream.
Yeah.
So that is one of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because that one,
Um,
like, I hear people.
Correct. Okay. Make me... This is different because you're doing it this way. Make me an insight check. Sweet Lord.
Sorry.
You what?
What just happened?
Why? Okay. Okay. Huh.
What?
I'm scared now. Can I say I didn't do this?
No, you definitely did.
Can we just like no, just, turn new leaf real quick?
um
I don't like when the DM starts shouting at his.
I
notes.
know, right?
I'm just
It's
so
fun.
surprised.
It's scary.
Why?
And he thought we're getting the Nidon.
Yeah,
That's
you
what
will.
I'm saying, man.
Will.
We will?
Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Sure. So you take special note of these nightmares, almost like searching for a purpose or something that you've missed in this. You find that what you're picking up on, that anger and fear, is the underlying tone for this whole thing.
Mhm.
But it's at this point you've managed to, in between these dreams, it's almost like there's a moment where you're in that dark, barely water-filled place. And in these moments, in between these dreams, you find that you can pinpoint this anger and fear. And it's not coming from you. It is insofar that it's coming from this being, the it. And for some reason, it's like you can understand in a moment, as you take the time to actually analyze the why of this whole thing. And it's almost like you can feel the emotions of this it for a moment.
And I'm not like in that place. Like I'm just dreaming. Like I can't speak or anything.
This is like in between dreams. It's almost like you intentionally took time to slow down, if I can put it that way. Slow down this dreaming process. Slow down what happens in between.
Okay.
And so for a moment, you don't know how long, you are currently in this place in the same way that you'd be used to. And you can feel from the air around you immense anger coupled with underlying fear. But the thing you pick up is a desire to flee.
Okay. I mean, I can't do anything, right?
Right now you can. You don't know for how long.
Oh, okay. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, okay, cool.
Yep.
I need a hold on. What? Okay. I just say in this place. Oh, is the anger like afflicting me as well, as I'm sensing that it's not coming from me?
It is.
Okay.
It is, but you can tell there's a distinction.
Okay. I just say. So we're not so different after all.
You don't get any response.
Seems you like to run from your problems just as much as I do. Except you're my problem.
You hear, after an uncomfortably long amount of time, and not like intentionally trying to, well, I won't say that part, just a longer amount of time than usual.
You think you know fear. You think you know
Is that because there's something out there that even you're afraid of?
You see this in front of you, probably 15 feet out.
I am not afraid. I hate what is here. And I'd rather not be here too.
What is here? So you're just gonna disappear again? It must be something much bigger and stronger than you are, more powerful than you. To think, to imagine that you'd be weak in front of some other being. I sense a Constitution saving throw coming.
You hear behind you, somewhere in the distance,
I could crush it in but a breath. Creatures do not scare me. There's only one thing that is your enemy when you're as powerful as I am.
What's that? A god?
They wish. No.
fades into the ground. Yeah, it fades into the ground right now.
Why the sudden interest?
Because I would like some sleep.
And I would like to leave.
But
Now.
one of us is gonna have to compromise.
Well, as far as I know,
Appears next to you.
you sleep just as well on the material plane. Sleep there.
Well, there are footsteps being heard here, and I wanted to know if I could find them. And I still want to know, because whatever creature you're not afraid of is wandering about.
Footsteps. Child's play. What? You afraid of footsteps?
No, are you?
Ooh, interesting.
Oh, that was from the other.
You, actually, you see him appear in front of you, 20 feet out, slowly walking towards you now.
My ass beat.
I have heard the footsteps of thousands upon thousands of creatures in my time. They do not bother me, nor are they my concern. What I hate is the inability to escape that which I loathe. I do not fear. I hate. And you are trying to be quite conniving in your dialogue. What is it you're really
I can
after?
be just as wicked as you, and you know that well.
Almost like starts walking around you in a circle.
But I have one question for you.
Oh.
Do you so tire of ceaseless light? I wanna look him in the eyes.
Yeah. Hold on. Thinking. Okay. Yeah, make me an insight check.
Double digits.
Okay.
Double digits.
You can't tell motivations, but you do hear them say,
You think that I would belittle myself to that of an organization that you've been following? Please, I've heard all your quarrels, all your questions. To think that I would follow something so puny. It is beneath me.
So you know that this belongs to an organization, then?
He stops talking, actually.
This is the second time that you've walked into one of my vocal traps, if you will. So if you're not part of the organization, then that only gives me one hypothesis. Are you what they're after?
Does that give you some sort of confidence to believe that you found it?
No. Just makes me know who I'm dealing with. And I like to be comfortable with the people I'm dealing with.
Sure you do. You know nothing.
As it turns
I
its
know
back to you.
Oh, this will be fun.
It always is with you.
Well, you've heard my imploring of you. Go ahead. Have a good night's sleep.
As it fades into the ground again.
It's gonna be terrible. Do I just automatically get a nat 1?
You roll with disadvantage.
It's double digits.
What is it? The DC again?
double
Oh yeah, no,
digits.
it doesn't work. You wake up with another point of exhaustion.
Damn. Okay. Heard.
Yep.
Okay.
So yeah,
Sorry, y'all. I took up a lot of
that was
time.
good.
No, it's fine. That was great. I needed popcorn for it.
Oops, I accidentally reloaded the but okay.
So,
Everything's fine.
for the sake of this, Zeos, you don't find anything in particular on the door at this time.
Okay.
Nor anything on the bookshelf. It's just the letters in order. It seems like it was dedicated to that one puzzle.
Okay. So I find nothing in here about this.
No, that was not actually because of a full day without rest. This was something else, Joel.
Then I guess I would probably get a full rest for myself, and
Yep.
then in the morning I would do the thing that I said I was going to do.
Sure.
Ask Eleanor for some help.
Yeah.
I don't know how well this will go, but I am attempting it.
Make me a survival check.
Sure.
Are you the one doing it?
I'm asking for help
Then make it with advantage.
from Eleanor.
Yeah. Okay, sure.
That was with advantage. Roll a
Okay.
7 and an 8.
May eventually
Sorry, May.
you make your way downstairs. If you do.
Yes.
Okay. Eventually you make your way downstairs where you see a meal has been set up. One of the meals that you cooked when you first entered the manor. It's good. It looks like the meal. It looks like somebody tried to make it for the first time, but it does look very edible.
Is Zeus here?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm staying by the
I'm trying to
table.
remember what you made the first time at the manor.
I don't know.
I don't remember either. if
Oh.
we're
I
being
think it was some
honest.
sort of
I-
chicken salad. Thought it was in some way. We'll
May
say
I
it's-
don't remember.
yeah.
It might have been. But I just say, it looks
Yeah,
like you've
I'm like-
improved a lot. You've definitely had to use some knife skills to make this.
Eleanor helped a lot.
Oh, he's being modest. I did just a little bit of ingredient preparation. It wasn't that much.
It looks
I'm like,
fantastic.
I hope it tastes right. It was a while ago that you made this.
I'll take a bite of it, Josh.
It tastes like the right dish. It tastes like it's probably some of the seasonings on it are a little bit lower. Some of them are a little bit too much, but it doesn't ruin it.
It
very
actually
edible.
tastes really good, Zeus. It's
Thanks. Hopefully it makes you feel a bit better. I see your sleeping didn't go so well. Your eyes are a little dark.
I might have poked the bear a little bit.
Did you have another fight with that thing?
I wouldn't call it a fight. More like
Well,
parlay.
maybe you can get some rest on the journey if one of us guard takes the reins.
Maybe. We'll see. I mean, I can still drive. I'm just tired.
Yeah, that sounds like a reason not to drive.
I guess. I mean, Fenge does most of it anyway.
True, he is what exactly is Fenye?
He is a
like a
oh shit.
How would I describe Fenye? I know he's not like a regular being. He's like
Are you talking about what
mag-
breed of horse he is?
No, I'm saying like he's
Oh.
a magical horse that does stuff. Like Zeus knows that much.
He's a
but
magical
I don't know how to
pony fly. Yeah, thank you.
He's
divine.
intelligent is
No,
kind of
not
what
divine.
I'm getting
Celestial.
at.
No, not celestial.
I thought celestial, but that doesn't.
We did
seem
go with
right.
him being celestial.
Did
He
we?
is
Okay.
celestial.
A
Gar found
celestial
that
horse.
out.
Yeah,
I think
like-
so.
I thought we did.
Because I
He's
rolled,
a-
because I was like, he could either be a fiend or a celestial. And you were like, what?
Oh, yeah, that's
so,
right.
yeah, I guess I was saying. I mean, he is a kind of unique horse, being a celestial something, right?
Yeah,
Horse?
he's, I guess, technically a celestial. And
Does he speak? Wait, does he speak?
I can speak to him. He
You can
does speak.
to him.
He's kind of irritated with Joran, but it's okay.
I could see why. Okay. Was it the carrot?
Just animals can be a little bit sensitive to people's emotions, and Joran's nervousness unsettles Fenge.
Yes, that would
And
make
Zhao.
sense.
But Zhao doesn't really notice too much compared to Fenge.
Also, May, you notice that,
Mhm.
well, you can now see Zeus's tattoo after he's removed the wrappings.
Mm.
This is what you see on him.
Do I know any of those languages?
You do know.
One of them you should
one.
recognize.
Oh my god, it's right there! I just
Yeah.
like looked at him and was like, this is script.
Yeah. Yep. And it says May. In the one that you recognize.
that one I figured. That
Okay.
that I figured.
Yeah.
I just say, I see you got a new tattoo.
Oh, yes, it's fully healed.
That's really permanent.
I mean, have you seen the rest?
But I mean, that's my name on
Yeah,
you.
well, I didn't have many friends growing up, and I've really appreciated the time and everything that everyone's brought into this. So, it's kind of my way of showing appreciation back in a way.
I understand. Well, it's a beautiful tattoo.
Yes, someone did a great job. What the heck was
Yes,
their
they
name?
really did. Perrin.
Was it Perrin?
Perrin.
Oh, like I'd have to go back.
Definitely forgot his last name, but it was Perrin.
Whatever session that was.
I'll find it. Perrin Rothra. That's what it was.
Zeus,
Yes.
if I need a favor when we get to Nidon, would you be willing to help me?
Yes. Is it?
It's just a personal matter.
Yeah.
I may
sure.
not need you.
Okay. Well, if you need anything, I'm always happy to help. You
I want Gar to open this door.
open what door?
The front door. I want to leave.
Oh.
I really provoked him, and I was like pretending to be all like, about it. And then he was like, I want to leave. And I was like, well, I want to stay. And then I just want to leave.
Yes, you do look very tired. How much longer do you think it'd be?
Gar and I are
until
playing
we're-
craps right now.
Is there
so
any?
y'all are in there for a
Okay.
while. No, we're not.
I'm not sure if there's anything you guys are
We'll be
doing.
opening it. What'd you get now?
5.
78.
I thought we were playing craps.
We were.
ding 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 as the bell at the front door rings. Unless you guys are
I-
doing anything, the two of you.
No, I would just
Nope.
be eating, making casual conversation, and then
Yep.
I'd get up and like use the walls.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
to,
go
like,
help May.
hobble out the
Okay.
door.
Yeah,
Sure.
I would probably help May out.
Because second level is half movement, right?
Yeah, half movement.
Okay, yeah. Then yeah.
So yeah, you're slow. Okay, I would help you through the door.
Are you checking me right now?
Yeah,
I have it in the
was third.
status effects.
Oh,
Is
no,
it
you're right.
third? Okay.
The second is
I was wrong.
half.
I know you're very familiar with this.
I
Yep.
got third and second flipped. So
Yeah. I just hit second with gimbal recently, so and I can only walk
What
10
is
feet with that shit.
happening?
Anyways. So you
Yeah.
guys make your way back to the material plane. For the sake of it, all of you will have met up in the tavern. What is the
I
plan?
look visibly tired.
She does, you can
I
tell.
look like
Carrying
shit.
May down the stairs into the
Carrying
tavern.
me.
No, not carrying, but like you're
Helping me,
leading
yeah.
a shoulder, essentially.
May, did you decide to just like
Right?
stay up and stare at the window all night or something?
She didn't get much sleep.
No.
Oh,
But that would have probably been more enjoyable.
What did you do?
I failed to sleep, then I took a walk around the manor. Then I tried to sleep again, and
I'm assuming failed again.
yeah, but that time I decided to have a conversation with my friend. As I like look around the tavern.
oh.
Oh,
I think I've discovered something.
what's that?
I think he so ceaselessly tires of light.
Ah,
He tripped up when I said it. He knew it belonged to an organization, although I said nothing about that.
Does he know what you know?
I was
I
curious.
don't know. All I know is he made my night a living hell.
Right. Why
What
don't
about
I drive?
He doesn't. He doesn't
Yes.
like the manor for some reason. He just said he kept wanting to leave, and that's why my nights are so terrible there.
Did he
I
say
wonder.
why he didn't
I
like the manor?
tried to get it out of him. Just creatures don't scare him, and there's only one thing that scares him, and
There is something that
creatures.
scares him.
Yeah, he was
And-
feeling a little afraid in the manor.
So it's
How
it's
about live?
within or around the manor.
I guess I don't know.
Or maybe it's just a half world in general. Maybe he hates half time? I don't know.
Well, that's a good point. I didn't think about that.
I also wonder. I had Gunther enter me. If perhaps
You wonder about that a lot.
to interview, could he force the other
God,
being
I
out?
fucked his wife.
Well,
That
I
seems
mean,
extremely improper.
we could do it. I don't know.
I don't
He,
know if that makes it any better.
Either way, I wonder if they'd be able to force it out.
I don't even want to risk that. Hold on. What if they come in contact with it?
Oh, true.
It's
It could kill them.
it also seems to be
I mean,
contained.
they're already dead. May.
No, I mean like so that they never come back. Ouch.
Oh. True. I feel like they're somewhat protected by Malil, though.
Anyway, it was clearly
Yes,
like,
maybe they could enter you at the same time and be a support group for each other, all inside of you.
No one's entering
Yeah,
me.
first time for
Robin,
anything.
okay? No one is entering me.
All right, we'll table it for now.
it seems to be contained with whatever it is on your hip anyway, rather than actually you
That
yourself.
was spreading to Gar, and I don't want that to
From your
spread to
hip.
anybody else.
Yeah, well, I was touching it.
I know, that's my point. Which means I don't think that them inhabiting her will change anything, because it seems to be within there.
But I've talked to it inside of myself. I don't think I go into the scar. I think I go into my head.
When you speak to it, does it ever manifest in the room, or is it always in your mind?
When I ran off, it did.
It manifested
Oh.
outside of you.
Yeah.
Is that the first time?
I still stand by it then.
Is that the first time? Yeah.
Was it? No, not exactly. There's a very
What am I
specific,
forgetting?
very
When you
specific
murdered a
thing.
man?
No, that was me. But me.
Oh my god.
Joel, that was not a sentence I expected to utter today.
It's like when you play Rocket League and just weird things come out.
Oh, I didn't know we were sticking to that because I had.
Mhm.
Okay, I didn't realize. Okay.
Yeah.
Understood.
Yes, we are sticking with that.
Is that the
Yeah,
first
that was the only time.
insight check?
Sure.
Inside check.
Oh, I forgot I reloaded. I don't have
Yeah.
anything.
And you also have disadvantage on it.
Oh fuck.
Yeah.
I suck at this.
Oh my god.
What are you guys with
What are our
11s and
insight
12s here?
rolls?
Oh, you're Flash of Geniusing, Mavis. Okay.
Yes, I am.
Oh, I
Probably
forgot I got a
necessary,
long
but-
rest.
Can I roll an insight instead?
Nope. Hi, Elrin. Okay, so all of you guys can tell that May is withholding something.
I glance at the others. Can I tell if they seem like they're onto her?
Oh yeah, I'm finna launch it.
I'd say
Let you-
all of you guys can tell.
It's giving
Okay,
me like that side eye of like,
I give a look of like, not now.
I shift back.
If you don't want to speak about it now, that's fine. But remember, we're not keeping things from each other anymore. We won't probe you on it. But we do have a tailor to see and a mansion to visit.
why don't you get
You
some
need
rest
sleep.
in the cart?
No, it's
Or
fine.
stay here while we do
It'll
some
be a
shopping.
detriment
At
to us
least
if you're
take a nap at
tired,
least, a short
so,
rest.
Get some sleep.
So are we not investigating?
I
Oh,
said
yeah.
a tailor and then a mansion to visit.
I'll go to the tailor.
Sorry, there was a lot of noise.
You said that the mansion wasn't that dangerous anyway.
Right.
Literally going to what Joel said.
All right.
I could always just like meet you there, maybe like an hour or two.
I could
after
stay
we get
behind
there.
with May, and we could go together. We could both meet you
Yeah,
there.
Jordan can protect me.
Jordan.
Well,
No offense,
Yes.
Jordan, but Jordan can protect
I believe
himself.
in Jordan.
I now have a.
No,
if
I'll
we-
protect Jordan. Jordan will protect me.
We will protect each other. I now have a newly acquired knife. I
Wait,
believe.
We're splitting up.
We don't have to. We can just
No.
go to the tailor.
No, let's do
I'll
that.
just-
Tailor than the manor.
And you can sleep
no.
on
Yeah,
the
you're
cart.
Yes.
An hour of sleep isn't gonna fix anything.
Yeah,
Right.
Mike.
So
It might-
May make you feel better, though.
I wonder.
Yeah.
when do I get greater
Baby,
rest?
do you have any more coffee?
I do actually.
Every couch
Does
or
coffee temporarily remove 1 point of exhaustion, but then double it?
I'm making
afterwards?
that. I'm making most of that canon.
Let's
go.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me go to the manor. I'll just have a cup of coffee. I'll be good. Good to go.
It is all in the manor. So
Oh.
I like that. It's
I'd
gonna.
have to.
For,
It'd take 20
for-
minutes.
sorry, but for a certain amount of time, coffee's gonna remove a point of exhaustion,
An hour.
and
It
at
should be
the
an hour.
and at the end of an hour, you'll have to roll to see if it gives you an extra one or you just return to your original.
Caffeine
Because you
lasts
could
12 hours.
you could
Does
crash.
it really?
Yeah.
It technically stays in your
Yeah.
system
No,
for
it
12
doesn't,
hours.
Because the coffee beer I had earlier.
It stays in your
it-
system for 12 hours.
It has a half-life of what, 6 hours? I want to say.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it does, but you don't feel its effects for the whole 12 hours.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever. Point.
Yeah.
We can take
Um,
30 minutes out. I'm always down for more coffee, but
Wait, no, you can't have any.
oh no, I'm going to. It's my coffee. You can tell me no.
You get all crazy.
If you get coffee, I get coffee. That's the
fine,
deal.
fine.
Okay.
Fine.
Got me cookie, got your cookie.
We're getting coffee.
Got you. I
Okay.
guess spend
So
some
we go
time.
to the manor.
Yeah, opening up the manor.
Okay.
Get the coffee.
Bring me back a bunch
Sure.
of ice
Taylor.
latte.
The tailor
Bam.
don't actually
Bam,
really
bam.
have to RP.
That's
Okay, we
You
get
would
close.
find-
Bam.
You would find
Yeah.
that they do have appropriate attire to at least help with the intense heat of the Turanite Desert, and they would remind you to not travel during the day.
Yeah.
okay.
So you sleeping during the day is perfect. So you can travel us at night.
There you
Travel.
go. Travel us.
Travel
Takes
us.
a job.
That's good shit, huh?
Speaking of which, besides the obvious solution of everyone except for one going into the manor, I've thought of a way to keep us sheltered during the day.
Oh.
I could just flip the cart over. and we
I
could
thought of this
stand
as
beneath
well.
it.
Well, you got to have at least Jorn there as well.
What?
Jorn's going to have to stay with you as well.
Yes, I mean, there's
I believe he's implying that all of us would stay under the cart.
We could.
Oh.
if people weren't staying.
Considering we've heard things about the dangers of not only the environment but also the people in the Turanite Desert, I think it's best we all stay together.
Right.
True.
So we could
So-
flip the cart over.
I consider this
and
as
use it
well.
as a shelter.
Flip the cart, and then I'll repair it if any damages happen every morning.
And with my ability to create water, I'd be able to make a little wellspring in the sand to help keep us cool.
I just had a
That's-
really cool idea, but I don't think Zeus would think of it.
So,
So, mansion.
the clothing would run you guys a total of like 5 gold. Like it's
I
basic
would pay
clothing.
for-
A gold each, essentially.
You would pay 4
No, he said he
I
would
would
pay
pay
for it.
for it. Okay, I was like, sounds
Either
like greed here.
5 gold
Exactly.
each or 5 gold in total.
In total, it would be pretty
I
expensive.
haggle it. Well tired.
They call you greed.
I'm doing it.
I
They
want to
called
see
you
this.
greed.
I'm actually it, whatever it is. I said it, so I do it.
Yep.
Actually,
So
there's
it's
no
actually
saving
7
that one.
gold.
Don't listen to our straight off friend there. They're very tired. Just let them be. We'll just take the regular price.
They say,
Okay.
oh, did I say 5 gold? I meant 8 gold. My apologies.
Show some
I-
mercy
Sure.
for a sleep
Always.
deprived
You know what?
woman.
For your hassles, here.
Thank you.
I turn away and walk out.
You know what I said
It's
about
gonna be,
sleep
like,
deprivation
crying
being
in a corner.
detrimental to all of us?
Yeah.
Get some sleep in the cart.
Fine.
Okay, so, you guys then go to the manor, get the coffee. May, you can remove a point of exhaustion for the time being.
Oh wait, we're brewing the coffee in there, or no?
Yeah.
I would assume.
If I put it in my water skin, can I take it out?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good question.
It's in my water skin. I don't want to drink it until we get to the manor.
Okay,
Yeah.
sure.
Because I'm asleep in the cart
There you go.
ride because everyone
go.
told me that I have to sleep.
Okay, so, you guys are taking the cart. That'll cut time
so
off.
It'll probably only take us half an hour.
Oh, what am I
Not
taking
even.
a half an hour nap?
Yeah, you would find that it's difficult to maneuver within the forest. But
But do we make it?
it probably equalizes to about the same amount of time. Whoever's leading with this cart, make me a survival
Before I
check.
knock out, I tell Fenge to be nice and help.
Are.
So it's with advantage
Sure.
because Fenge's gonna help.
Sure, okay.
Engage and use the help.
I like that.
action. That's true.
Yeah, that's
I haven't used it all the time.
yeah, it's really good.
I
Okay.
sit up with Gar and yeah, I was gonna say it, so I do it anyway.
Actually.
Actually.
Okay. So after about wow, that's a good roll actually. 45 minutes or so, you maneuver through, you find that the path into this forest is overgrown, to the point of it's very difficult to even find a path that used to exist. This hasn't been traveled regularly for years. But eventually, through trial and error and managing to kind of weave your way through the forest a little bit, You eventually find that you emerge through a tree line next to a very rundown mansion.
Oh shit, this is
It's
big.
enormous.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I'm gonna remove the word humble there.
Well,
I
The other
wrote
thing.
humble manor.
Oh no, it's not humble. However, you can see that from the outside of this, it's an old stone mansion, and I say old because there used to be a second level. You can tell by the way that the upper level has caved in on itself to where there is only one level now. Portions of the outside are completely overgrown with vines covering windows. You can see that the actual plant life around here is overgrown as well. Grass galore. Trees are growing towards the mansion itself. Branches kind of crawling up the side. It's run down. Very run down.
let's
Chugging my coffee.
get in the line and walk the perimeter first.
I'll follow and
Easily done.
Back.
Mavis,
I'll stay
why
with
don't
May. She seems
you
confident about
stay
this.
in the back, prepared with your battle box.
Yep.
And then
Gar,
May-
you lead?
yes. And as I want to walk the full perimeter,
Sure.
um,
Doing like this. Wait. Oh, there we
with
go.
detect magic on.
Sure. Okay.
And
Noted.
Particularly, I'm gonna be looking at the tree line as well to see if I see any magic trees. that have
Okay.
People transforming into hugging trees.
Very well.
Smart.
I'll keep that in mind.
I'm just gonna make a perception.
Joran's
check, I
following
guess.
you, but I can't control the screen and control the Joran. So,
Bet.
go ahead, Gar, and maneuver as you will.
Should we just roll perception checks if we're just looking for stuff?
Yeah, go ahead and make me perception checks, Gar. I'll let you know if anything pops up on your magical radar.
Let me make my perception as well.
No, I'm sorry, Joran. I ate you.
It's all right. It happens all the time.
I'm a gnome.
Man.
Huh?
So just as a note, Joran is behind May, in between
Yeah.
Mavis and May.
Okay.
Between
Wait,
myself
Zeus
and
and
May.
me.
Or Zeus and May. Yeah.
So he's in the middle. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Joran in the middle.
Roger that. As you pass by, you see a portion of the wall that is completely decimated. Grass is kind of overgrown on the broken wooden planks within the mansion here.
I don't want to stop and peek in yet. I just want to
Yep, that's
Yeah.
fine.
get this perimeter check done.
Okay. As you approach the front, you can see where stairs as an entrance probably used to be, but there's not even a road leading to it. The forest itself is overgrown, covering any sort of entrance that might have used to be here.
Any
Having a
special
dynasty?
trees I'm seeing? With my
Nothing.
30-foot radius.
Nothing on your magical radar so far.
Third eye. My keys lag out every once in a while.
Yeah. See what looks like an old study with absolutely nothing left in it. Broken bookshelves, broken cabinets that look like they were just left behind after whatever was inside was taken.
How would they build this place all the way out here?
I don't know, but hopefully we'll find out. From what does remain, does it look like it at one point in time was a very elaborate estate?
It actually doesn't. It looks only elaborate insofar as the sheer size of it, not so much the actual quality of it. Only because, and you can see evidence of this from the wild nature overgrowing, and you heard in the story that Greed did not take care of it. He let it get run down, even in the time that he would have spent here.
Is this a broken fountain? What is this?
It says 3 died.
Yes, that is a wow, I couldn't. Mavis, that blue and red when rotated, I couldn't tell what I was looking at. I was like, is this a creature? What's happening? That is a broken fountain, yes. It looks like maybe at one point it had water, not a drop in it.
Windows.
Window.
Lots of broken vases.
Wow.
Jordan, you're supposed to be in the back of the group.
No. That's so immediate.
Are we going back to the entrance?
Right.
Nothing
Nothing
pinged on your radar as far as magic are.
How long did it take us to walk the perimeter? Couple
Minute and a
minutes?
half, couple minutes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Slowly walking in. Tree.
You see a tree
Tree?
growing
Wait,
out
a
of the floor in what probably used to be a common room of some sort.
Is it a magic tree?
Nope.
Greed.
Yes. No.
I wanna look at the tree and see if there's anything that kind of reminds me of like a face or like an arm.
Oh,
or...
sure. Make me a nature
I'm
check.
doing the same, actually.
I'm just gonna do a little perimeter check
I'm
around.
super smart, so this should go well.
Wicked smart. Oh damn! And that was not with
Damn, all the
disadvantage.
fives I rolled. Oh, I even rolled disadvantage.
People take that 5.
Second.
It could be lower. Oh no, it's not.
No, it was perfect.
Wow.
Okay, sure.
That's
That
great.
was so good. Nothing. You kind of see a lot of faces on it right now, actually, with the way the light kind of comes through. That could be a wibbly
Oh,
woo.
like that kind of looks like a face. Oh, that looks like an arm.
Here's-
Is that a
no.
foot?
Gar,
No,
that's a
your sleep
branch and that's a
deprivation
gnarl.
is-
What?
No, you're being.
That's a
getting
root.
confused again. Drink more of the coffee.
While we're in here and I'm walking around, I kind of want a heavy foot walk
Sure.
and see if it sounds like this is subflooring or if if there's could be potentially space underneath us.
Make me an investigation check with that.
I'm gonna check out these books.
So the books there are actually entirely nothing. Like, well, it's mainly just the binding. The pages aren't actually there, if that makes sense.
Okay.
They're
that's
empty.
Weird.
Due to years of weathering, like decades of weathering.
Like the paper's gone, but the leather is still barely. there.
Exactly. There's dirt and
Still a little weird.
maybe, but you can see a tattered, old, dirty rug, 2 broken couches with no cushions on them whatsoever, a broken fireplace, and vines overgrown on the entrance of some room.
Put my foot on the rug and like
Yeah.
balance on it.
Sure.
Where should we look
Does it
first?
feel like floor?
Make me an investigation check with disadvantage.
Oh yeah.
Does it feel like it's a pool?
Oh my
Oh,
god!
shit.
Wow. Double 19s after
Let's
double
go.
5s. The double queen.
Okay. Sure. You don't
was
sense any
traumatic,
false
okay?
floor actually here, and you're pretty sure of it. This
Guard, you definitely see me check.
okay, it is. It is getting
Good thing
intense.
for me, I was gonna check it as well as I just kind of lift the rug.
How... However,
However.
21 is.
Activated my trap card.
Oh well, the ceiling caves in. Ding.
Reaction trap card.
You can continue, but I'm just bringing something.
Oh,
Look at the. I'm assuming this is a crumbled up fireplace.
I
I'm
was
gonna look at
thinking-
the mantle of the fireplace.
Sure, make me an investigation check.
Does
I join
anything
you in that.
stick
So
out
I
to me
do it
as,
as
like,
Lauren, look
odd?
around.
Oh, of course.
I said
He's
I
giving you
helped you.
advantage because Mavis is helping.
Okay, there we
I
go.
thought it was gonna be another net one.
Gar, looking at this fireplace, you kind of take a second, look at the mantle, look at the fireplace itself, and it's interesting. Though there's everything in utter decay around here, with stones strewn about, everything falling apart, the back wall of this fireplace looks like it's falling apart, but isn't in as much disarray as the rest of what you see around you.
You
I
see
kind
that
of
too?
walk in or like poke my head into it. And I try to push it.
Maybe
did we see a chimney outside?
I don't recall seeing one, but the top
Maybe
floor
there
has
wasn't-
It doesn't matter. Where's the smoke gonna go?
Well, if there were a chimney, it would have collapsed with the roof.
If memory serves, this was where the fountain was, and there was no protrusion.
Room.
If anything, it was
Chimney.
actually inset.
Is there a roof above us right now?
Gar, make me an athletics check. There is a ceiling. You can see portions of the ceiling that have fallen. In fact, the giant pile of sticks that you saw back here is a portion of the
Stick
roof that has
collection
fallen
is
in.
nowhere.
These are windows, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna go up to this window and look out. Do I see any like backing where normally you'd see like a chimney coming out the side of a building?
Nope.
There's no like
That's
fence
what I
spot here.
meant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gar, as you
I'm
push
just-
on this wall, you feel like it could give way. Not the entirety of the chimney itself, just this small, like 4 foot tall by
Someone assist
4
me.
foot wide portion of
I'm
wall.
on it.
Seems like it
I
might give
got
way.
it.
Well, maybe this isn't battle.
I'm in the fireplace.
I'm also helping.
Okay, make me another athletics check with advantage.
May's just like touching the battle map. I'm helping.
Holy
It was-
shit.
May,
I got it. I got
You
it.
find May pushing you into the wall, trying to just like help with the pressure, you know, really, really get some leverage. Gar, it takes you the better part of about a minute or 2 minutes, but eventually you feel as a portion of the wall gives way in the upper left corner, revealing a passageway behind. It looks like, from what little bit you can see right now, it's a spiral staircase going downward.
nothing to see here.
Oh, really? You-
passageways.
No, I'm
He's
kidding.
a master of
It's a spiral
jokes
staircase.
nowadays.
Well,
I'm a master debater.
Should we fully investigate this floor first?
I'm
before
more
going
interested
there?
in the secret wall.
Oh,
to be frank.
I'm very interested in it as well, but should we?
I figured
check-
we'd come back here and check the rest, but if there's any place that's going to be hidden, probably in a secret wall, right?
But I mean,
it looks like this has
Oh,
been here for a long time, too. Probably was reinforced from the time the villagers were here. If their story is true. Probably wouldn't have looked any different.
Checking
everything
the
else looks run down and scoured for goods. I don't know that we'd find anything, but we can.
Well, I mean, the vines over there look like something interesting, but I was just asking. I mean, I'm happy to go down right away. I'm just
I'm definitely
asking if
wanting
we
to
should
investigate the rest
check
of it,
everything.
but my curiosity is
How about on our way out? We
That's what
check
I'm thinking.
the
Sure.
rest.
That's fine with me.
checking the entryway of the stairwell. Any runes or pressure plates?
You don't
Trap-wise?
see. Make me an investigation check, actually. Gar, you would note, though, that you're not picking up anything magical.
I don't see anything magical here.
And you don't see any traps, Mavis.
I don't see any
Well-
physical traps either, so I think we're good to go.
Shari, you want to lead the way?
Yes.
As you guys make your way
Or
in.
May?
Do a train?
Well, we didn't train together.
I'd tell May to go in front of me,
That's
and then
true.
I'd follow them, and then
We'll train you on how to
Mavis,
sleep
I sit
later.
near and back.
That's like you're gonna
You
kill
And
me.
then we'll work on shapes.
You guys find yourselves in a wide open
This looks-
room.
This doesn't look like a trap.
I love this
Very,
music.
thank you. Very ornate marble walls. Marble pillars that stand at the other side of the room and your side of the room. Torches that light up as you enter. And you see down towards the southern portion of the room, there's a small stand about 3.5 feet high. And that's all you can see from here.
That's as tall as
I detect magic going crazy with these torches.
With the torches, with the floor, actually, you detect multiple sources of magic here.
It's only 30 feet. It's only 30 feet.
Well, that's what you get.
It was, like,
Even
all
as close as
point
right
here.
here.
Oh my god.
What do you see?
Random
Bob?
ones.
And then here as well.
Lots of magic.
Okay.
Interesting.
What ones are
You
magical?
said it's different schools of magic?
It's all... What you detect on the floor is all illusion magic.
Oh.
It's all,
But
the
cool.
flooring seems illusion, but it's only in certain ones.
It's in a gridded pattern towards the
Can you-
center of every tile.
Point one spot out to me, and I'm gonna take a closer look at it. Yeah.
Okay.
Arcana.
Yeah, maybe an
check,
Arcana
question
check.
mark? Try and figure out what the heck is causing this.
Sure.
I'm gonna re-roll that.
Sure.
7.
Sam.
Arcana. What's with the doubles?
Can I? I'll flash of genius to you.
Okay.
Okay.
Zeos, I'll say that you don't really notice anything at first, and then you hear maybe say, actually, and then you see, on the ground, a small set of runes, very small, like etched into the center portion of this plate, and as you go to, or this tile, and as you go to the next one, you see a similar set.
There's definitely runes, very tiny,
But that's all you can really
engraved
gather.
in the ground. So,
Right. Well,
can I
Do they
make
all
out
have
what they
it?
say? What?
Do they all have it?
Well, in
Hmm?
like a grid fashion in the center, here, and I like, it seems like they all say the same thing. I assume.
Well, it's not a language. They're arcane runes meant to
Yeah, but I assume all the runes are probably similar. on
very
each
similar.
one?
Yes, very
I'd be checking.
very similar.
Okay.
Looking at them, it's a far shot, but do they remind me of any runes that I've used?
Do you have any illusion magic?
What's invisibility considered?
I
It
should
might be
say
illusion.
what school it is.
It might be transmutation, but
I do have
That could
illusion.
be.
I have disguise self,
Oh, then yeah. You would recognize it as similar to if you've ever used disguise self.
and I have invisibility. That's that as well. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Cool.
You would see some similarities, but not a whole lot, actually.
Gotcha.
I'm assuming whatever they do is tied to this pedestal.
Yes.
Likely so.
So-
Whatever we see is probably not going to be real. though.
Right.
Fair assessment. So then the pedestal.
Take a look at the pedestal.
As you step up towards the pedestal, all you see on it is the impression of a handprint.
Oh, we've seen that.
How many
before.
fingers?
Hand. Yeah, like what?
A
Is
normal
it 4
five
fingers?
A
I've
normal
been
5
scarred.
finger hand. Nope. Normal
Normal
5
Thank
fingered hand.
God.
Smaller than Gar's hand, then.
Yeah. It looks human sized.
This is
May.
uh-huh.
Would you like to place your hand upon the pedestal?
Oh, we're just gonna go for it.
Well, let's just go for it.
well,
We
well,
know that whatever it's tied to is illusion magic, which can be scary, but
remember what happened last time we touched something that looked like that, though, Car? We got transported to, well, the abyss.
Well, I mean, there was also that time in
I-
the basement at that one guy's house.
The crazy one?
Yeah,
No.
with
I don't remember
Claire.
that.
Oh, Hermond.
Hermit.
I
Yeah.
wonder if the abyss is worse than my nightmares. As I walk up to the pedestal,
trust me, it is.
Do you put your hand on it?
I look at all of them, make sure everyone gives me a nod.
We're all ready.
I'm gonna step back over here by Jordan.
I take a sip of coffee.
Sure.
Pull out my
Bam.
shield and, and hammer, almost a flail.
As you put your hand on it,
Broken wizard hat.
you hear a subtle hum in the room and you see it glow. As at the other end of the room, you see on the ground, 5 in a row, these wisps or smoke of magic appear. As also you see
Whoa.
rotating runes.
Oh,
That's sick.
that is sickly.
Oh, they change. Oh my god, they change.
Hmm
They're oh.
Rotating runes within each of these
That's a 4.
gatherings of magic.
A backwards 4.
Mean-
I'm dyslexic.
6.
I don't know. Oh no, an actual fucking puzzle. I'm fucked.
Right.
My brain
There's
doesn't.
nothing else. Do we see any writing along the wall anywhere?
Nope.
Here, maybe.
I'm leaving my hand on it.
Sure. Okay.
Question:
Uh-huh.
do these all correspond to a school of magic?
Make me a separate arcana check. Or are you saying just
With my
inherently the
detect
colors?
magic on, is it?
Each of them
Yeah.
are magical, and they're all a mixture of illusion and conjuration. Wow,
Damn.
that's impressive.
Illusion and conjuration.
a lot of ones.
Zeus, it's a little difficult to tell the specifics of this. What are you guys doing exactly?
Looking at the spinning runes.
You see this like magical smoke almost rolling in on itself in place. A single visage of a rune just continually flipping and turning to a different rune. Sometimes you see it turn to a common letter. Sometimes you see it turn into a number. Sometimes you see it turn into some language that you don't understand, a different type of rune.
Can I touch one? Like if I approach this and try to touch it.
As you put your hand in the smoke, you see as the smoke kind of gathers around your hand, and you see smaller runes appear that circle your hand. Not runes, though, actually. Each of the letters of the common alphabet. 26 of them just rotating around your hand.
Do we see that?
Great.
If you're close enough, you would.
And if I pull my hand away, is it still there?
Nope.
Right.
Wait,
When
stick your
I
hand in the other ones.
When I put my hand in that rune, it made the common alphabet appear around my hand. And then I'll try with this one. Zeus, you try the blue one.
Same thing. Common alphabet appears around your hand.
Did you do the yellow one?
I did
He
yellow and yellow.
Zeus, as you put your hand in, you find that the common alphabet
Wait, what?
swirls around your hand.
Oh. I'll do the orange one on the purple.
I'll take a step back and I say,
Same thing, Mavis.
They all rotate between 3 runes.
I've just noticed this as well. The middle one's the only one there's no other ones like it. The green reflects the blue, in a way. The red reflects the orange. The yellow one's unique.
Are there any
reflect-
pressure plates upon?
They have the same. They share.
Nope.
They share.
Yeah,
symbol.
they do have similar runes. You are correct. And we see the common alphabet when we touch it.
When you reach your hand in,
Yeah.
each of the letters just sort of swirl around your hand.
Okay. Stick my hand back in there.
Mhm.
The letters are around my hand. If I
Mhm.
take my other hand and can I maneuver the letters at all? Can I grab them? Can I touch them?
You can certainly try. Which one are you going for?
M. That's my favorite.
You see an M appear on the ground at your feet, Mavis, right here. Sort of etch in.
Right.
Okay.
Try Mavis.
Uh-huh.
This house belonged to greed.
Is there a backspace?
Try again.
I reach for a G.
Taking his lead, I try to produce an R.
Sure. You grab the letter R, etches itself into the
Did
ground.
man really make the
we see a
password
G here?
breed?
Nope, you see it actually here. You
It
see the
replaces
G
it.
here, the R here.
Wait,
Okay.
then where's the M?
It disappeared. The G replaced it.
Oh, okay, the G replaced it. Okay. So we got G, R. You
Try to
gotta-
make it with this one.
Are you trying to spell greed?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll touch this one and do an E.
I'll do the D.
May, what? Were you doing anything in particular here?
No, I just said, would a greedy man really make the password greed?
I mean, it's too
It's a
short
good
for
first
password.
try, maybe.
It could be
Too
1, 2,
long
3,
for
4.
gold.
Was there a number? No, it was just alphabet, right?
What if he has a name? Oh,
I
birthday.
think we did it.
You see each of the letters. Actually, May, do you still have your hand on the podium?
I do. Uh-oh. Am I fucking...
You turn
Okay.
to gold.
Immediately, as the last letter solidifies, you see all of them turn red. As
That
See?
means good.
May,
I said it wasn't gonna
I
be
need you to make me a
bad.
dexterity saving throw.
It's fine. I'm really good at these.
Red is good.
Really bad.
Oh my god.
As suddenly, a bolt of lightning shoots out from the pillar next to you, Mavis. Why did it go that way? What?
That was cool
That's
though.
sick, though.
That wasn't it.
It
wasn't-
missed because May Dex
was
so
this
low.
one. A bolt of lightning shoots out from the pillar and connects to you, May, as you're not even able to
Oh.
dodge in time. You take
Okay,
12 points of lightning damage.
I'm awake now.
You okay, May?
Yeah, I'm
see-
fine.
Hey,
I don't think Greed was right.
Why was I did?
I guessing
This
you
isn't
activated.
my fault.
As the letters disappear.
I think his name
I
might
heal you.
have 5. Okay, his name might have 5 letters, and maybe there's something
maximum.
upstairs that tell us.
It could be.
There definitely could.
Or
be.
else we're just gonna be sitting here wondering.
Shall we take another look upstairs?
Oh,
This place.
Oh,
isn't
never
going
mind,
to
never mind.
Change.
I don't recall Wilhelm saying the man's name. He said it was lost to time.
he specifically
Yeah.
said that nobody ever remembered the man's name because they had been referring to him as Greed for so long that if he had a name, nobody knew it.
And nobody I spoke to said any kind of name other than Greed.
Nope, they only called him Greed.
Marcus.
All right, well, we can go back upstairs and check for a name somewhere, but
Okay. So you guys make your way back upstairs.
Like trying
Um,
to solve this puzzle.
Why did it not? Hello?
Oh yeah, you want
Activate. Activate. Thank you.
Alexa, stop.
Yeah.
All right.
So you
I
make
can
your
run
way.
out of
Only vines or just vines?
Just vines. Very thick.
Fia.
Make me a strength or
I have
athletic
sharp
check.
claws.
Yeah.
I'm helping him.
Okay. With advantage.
That's all I can do.
Yeah.
Door.
You just
That's
rip
what's
the
up.
vines open as
It
you
was
tear them
double
off of the
19,
doorway.
so it didn't really matter.
It looks like it probably was an old
All
kitchen.
the doubles.
But...
Yeah, for
Double
real. That's
19?
ridiculous. What the hell?
Also, Gar rolled an 11, but not an actual roll of 11.
Yeah. Other than that, you see a bush system that's growing in the corner. You see a turned over table, broken plating, and a very thick viney bush in the corner of the room.
Do any of the broken plates have initials on them?
Make me an investigation check.
I'm checking the. Is this just a big old fluffy bush?
Yes.
Or is it like hay? Okay, I'm checking
Um,
the big fluffy bush.
Sure. You go up
I'm
to it.
assisting someone, maybe.
Okay. You both
Yeah.
go up to it and just kind of put your hands on the bush as suddenly a rabbit like starts running out from underneath and bolts out the door the way you guys came in.
How long has that thing been in here?
Lost to time.
Is this poor thing?
His
Not a
name is Bunny.
not a single initial
Why?
or
It
word in
works.
sight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not a single
Runs
initial or
downstairs.
word in sight. Anyone else see anything?
I'm checking the this one in the corner.
Sure. Investigation check.
Assist.
And with
Yeah.
advantage. Absolutely nothing. It's a thorny, not
That's
thorny,
what I
viney
figured.
bush.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
That was very intriguing. There's one more room we haven't checked.
Wait a minute. Underneath this pile of sticks, is there a hole underneath that?
There is. It appears to be about 6 inches to a foot deep in different areas that just leads to a
Pretty deep.
subfloor. Very, very far. Yeah, that's a long
Very, very
distance.
deep.
But, but unfortunately, nothing else underneath it. It looks like it's just caved in from the ceiling above.
Okay.
Yeah. You can also see that the front door looks like portions of the wall have collapsed on the doorway, preventing any entrance.
This looks like a study. If anything, this could be a good spot to find something.
Looking through the table and the
Investigation
broken...
checks, if you is,
I assist.
with advantage.
Oh, let's go!
Well, all right. So,
I
Hold on.
assisted the
Gar-
wrong
I
one.
need to investigate with
bookshelf.
an 11.
oh well. Mavis, you
Yes, sir.
find nothing. Nothing of value. No writing. No hidden compartments in the desk drawers. No leftover books that could possibly have clues.
Not even anything under the rug.
Nothing.
Okay.
Zeus, similar. Nothing.
You said the wall caved in
Mhm.
around this door?
Correct.
Tempted to move this rebel, but I won't.
Same thing.
I
Look at the-
assist!
Investigation check with advantage.
Oh my god!
What is with the doubles tonight?
Holy shit!
Mavis, you
It's a scar!
you can do that because immediately after assisting Mavis, you like lift one of these barrels and you see this
Don't you dare.
snake
Cockroach?
Thank God.
snap out at you.
Thank God.
I need you to make a dexterity saving
I
throw.
slammed the barrel back down on the bitch.
Sure.
Donkey Kong?
Dexterity save.
How much did I take?
Make me a dexterity save.
Oh, okay. That I could do.
Okay.
Evidently.
You manage to dodge it just in time before you catch significant portions of the fangs and or venom. You take a single point of piercing damage as it grazes your
it's a
arm,
mortal wound.
and you barrel it with a cone.
Good quote.
Gar, you don't find anything in here. Nope.
Should I look?
Do I find anything?
Yes,
Zeos, you're a little more thorough in your investigation, and
I can't.
miraculously find nothing. You're starting to believe the tales of the fact that if there was anything of value here in the past, the villagers definitely took it and left nothing else
Is there
valuable
anything
behind.
in this PM?
Yeah.
What on
I
You
assist!
check.
Okay, much better. Much better.
So,
You look in the piano, and as you open it up, you see dust,
Trees.
cobwebs. You see
Check your
overgrown.
words, John.
Oh, I'm making sure not to say a very
Other-
specific word.
All S creatures.
Nope, not even a little. But
Stupid
Snail.
there are vines and snails and slugs everywhere in there. It's kind of gross.
Snorlax.
You do find a sloth. He says, "Carry me."
I oblige.
Yeah. But no, other than the overgrown vines, nothing.
I
But
will assist Zeus in investigating this room.
Zeus,
Okay.
investigation with advantage. Nope, nothing whatsoever in
Forward
here.
to 10.
I think.
Well,
I think
there
we
was
maybe
an
have already been given all the
upstairs.
pieces of the puzzle.
Oh, there
Yeah.
used to be. It
There
caved
used
in
to be.
entirely.
I investigate Joran.
I'm gonna
He says
investigate
stop.
the
Or
stairs.
have you done anything?
Question is there any part where this caved-in ceiling is where I can get there? Like I can like climb up. Or lift someone
No,
up.
there is
No,
not.
it's too high.
I
Okay.
can't, like,
Or not
Grabbing
only
back
that, it's not. There's nothing able to go through. Rubble sits on top of what probably is a second
Okay,
story,
Understood.
and only areas
We
of it
go
have caved
back
in.
Down.
Yeah.
All right.
I investigate the stairs
wait,
and probably find
Lord.
nothing.
The fountain.
Sure. Go out and investigate the fountain.
I will investigate through the wall.
I break
but
through the
will-
window.
Laird style. I like it. Maybe an investigation check.
I don't have
I made it.
access to go through the wall.
Oh, 1 second. O'Reilly.
O'Reilly's.
Yeah. Thank you.
I don't know.
I was between that one and it's magic. I will not
Oh.
say it.
I assist May in assisting Mavis.
Mavis,
That-
only get one advantage.
No.
Okay. Nothing. This appears to be an old fountain.
I go back through the broken window.
I
Anything
follow.
in the stairs.
Carry me.
You what, Zeus?
I rolled a 21 investigating the stairs.
Oh, word.
You find the caved-in portion of the upstairs that has broken the stairs in different areas, but only revealing structure beneath. Nothing. No hidden compartments. No words. Nothing.
I got
Alright, take me
this
back down.
Right,
Yeah.
Someone's so full of themselves. The pillars.
Why'd they
Check the
freeze?
pillars.
What's happened?
Is there anything on the pillars?
Anything on
Why?
the pillars?
Why did one at a time? Why did you all freeze on me? There we go.
Hello?
If you minimize Discord, it'll freeze it on stream.
Oh, it was the symbols had all paused, unless they were
Oh,
rotating
right.
for you guys.
Just I thought.
No, they had paused. And then
Okay.
started.
Oh well. I
Yeah.
see, I rolled fine.
Investigation checks all around.
I assist.
Jordan, investigate this thing with me.
I
Help
have
me.
been. I don't see.
Hey.
Oh, sure. I'll help you again. I
Another
mean, I've been
11.
giving it a good look.
All of you find sets of arcane runes on these,
On the
which
pillars.
makes sense from the lightning bolt that just shot out of it towards May.
Where?
Other than that,
True.
nothing.
There's got to be something with the
There gotta
actual
be a hint
symbols.
somewhere.
It's
Well-
Is the name of the village?
I
You did get the name of
placed
the village.
my hand
It was
onto
like Paloma.
pedestal.
Yeah, Plum and
The
Bay.
entirety of the
Hold on,
floor in front here, Gar, like buzzes for a second, as a red light appears on it, but nothing happens. A red light appears on each of the individual spots.
Right, so it does look like it only
Yes.
flashes red if it's wrong.
Yes. What
And we
happened?
go through
Yeah.
every single letter one at a time. All 8. Go.
Only 73 billion options.
I'm gonna try something really quick. I'm gonna
Wait.
cast Mage Hand and put it on the thing. Does it activate?
On the pedestal or on the
Yes,
symbols?
on the pedestal.
No.
Okay. Mavis, toss up any letter but G on there. Just the one.
I do M.
Okay, you see an M appear in the first spot.
I'm gonna place my hand on it real quick and then jump out of the way.
You place your hand on it, jump out of the way. The 4 remaining spots glow red, but the one with the M on it doesn't do anything.
Marcus. It has to be Marcus.
That's too many
You
letters.
didn't get shocked?
No, it's not. Oh, yes, it is.
He's tired.
Listen, there's only 158,390 possible words this could be. Not
Oh, hold on.
including
A
names.
large brain.
Hold on.
No,
So the M didn't glow red.
Oh, that was
Change it to any other letter besides G and M now.
I go S.
And I didn't get shocked. I touch it.
So wait a minute. Sorry, the M is still in the first spot.
Yeah, and you said it didn't
No,
glow.
I
red.
said-
no,
yeah,
I,
you
I
said
did
to get rid
S.
of the M and put an
Yeah,
S.
I replaced the M with an S.
Okay,
It's an
Because
S.
the M.
same thing happens. The 4 remaining spots just like burst a quick glow of red.
But the M doesn't glow.
The M doesn't
S
glow.
now.
But greed glowed red when it was wrong.
Green glowed red in a different way. It was more intense, or greed rather. It was more intense and like solidified into the ground. Green, yes.
It appears that it's only. I get what you're getting at,
Yes.
Zeus, but I don't know where to go from there.
well,
Well,
I still think there's got to be something with these symbols. Why does
like
it green
Mavis and I
glue-
said, they wrote there's only 3 on each one, and
Right. And
a-
green
as
blue
it
are the
goes
same, orange and red are the same, yellow's unique.
and they're off by 1. So the 2 outsides, whatever shows there, will show there in 2 locations.
Josh,
We.
just gonna,
Yeah.
because why not?
Mhm.
Gar very much did puzzles and figuring shit out with his uncle and all that
Yes,
shit.
he
Can
did.
I just try to intellect my way through this?
Mavis,
I was about
detective
to ask.
agency?
Make me an
Can we all roll
intelligence
in
check.
checks?
large brain. Okay.
Make me an intelligence check.
we
Anybody
all
that's
do that?
trying to just
I
sit here
assist.
and think. Who
Hell
are you
yeah.
assisting?
Ability check.
Oh lord. I'm actually myself.
I'm re-rolling my intelligence check.
Oh my
I'm using my inspiration. I don't have any.
Yeah, you used it last time.
I
Yeah, I'm
didn't get
gonna
last-
use
I
my
have to roll
inspiration
my
because I
own.
never use my inspiration.
Sorry,
Yeah,
Matt.
I'm using my inspiration as well.
I'm rolling my own. I guess.
Fuck!
Go take that.
That's
fire.
incredible.
I'm now using a sorcery point.
Okay. What? With disadvantage? What are
You
you
got
guys
double
doing?
nat
to me?
20.
I did double that one. Should have done that 20s.
I am
I got
a
11.
fucking
What is this?
Bow down to me.
Oh my god.
That's
Okay.
Crazy.
So, May, this actually makes perfect sense for some reason. And yes, because you're the only one that said anything about it. Why would a man named Greed make the password Greed?
But what's
Yeah.
the opposite of
It
greed?
seems like you were on the right track with letters, but made the wrong choice right away.
Maybe it's greed spelled backwards?
I thought about
Dear,
that too.
Dear God.
what's the opposite of greed?
That's too long.
Charity, but that doesn't fit.
Charity is too many letters.
Yeah, I got that.
I
one
can't make heads or
this time.
tails.
Smart?
Sorry, I tend to do this when I'm in my thoughts.
Maybe smart, S-M-A-R-T. Or,
Will you do
Thief?
power?
Power?
what are they called? Their sin?
Palindrome?
You
or
have
are you talking-
greed,
Oh, never mind. I was like, are you talking about
gluttony,
Avarice?
Okay. Avarice is greed.
sloth.
Come on, have you not played my campaign?
Hey, I've memorized these by heart now.
Okay, so 7 deadly
I
sins. So you got
remember gluttony
lust,
very well.
gluttony,
Pride,
greed, sloth,
vanity.
wrath, and envy. And pride.
Vanity.
Pride.
Pride works. It fits.
It fits. but
Why
doesn't
would
make
it be? It doesn't make sense.
sense. No, it doesn't.
Well, he's prideful in himself because he seemed very.
Like-
We could literally try greed backwards.
Okay.
Yeah.
I suppose there's not many
sloth
other
would
options.
fit.
Right, I'll take the hit if
Well,
No, there's no point. I'll do it. I'm useless anyway.
you just
oh,
big brain this kind.
It's fair.
just rolled 2 nat 20s is what I
That was insane. I'm so surprised. Oh my god.
what level is this?
So wait, what word are you putting in? Dirg?
Dear.
Yeah, greed backwards.
Putting in some Dirg, okay. Cool.
I'm gonna put my hand on Gar as he touches it. So I'm gonna let
Oh, I see what you're doing. So as you place each of the letters on the floor, you see them kind of solidifying the floor.
Place in my hand.
and my hand is on Gar.
Okay. As you place your hand on Gar, you see
getting-
Am I gonna get hit?
the R have a blue symbol rotating around it. This blue wisp.
It's Wordle. Fuck.
It is Wordle. Yep.
Wait, I thought we knew that. Wait, did we not know that?
What's Wordle?
No.
I thought we knew that.
I've never played Wordle, so I'm really
I
at a
don't
disadvantage.
know what Wordle is, but that's exactly what I thought it was. It's like when you
Yeah,
hack
it's
things
the-
in
the
Fallout
other-
3.
I've never played Fallout 3.
So,
I got given a puzzle about something I have no idea about.
Zeus, your intuition was somewhat correct. The correct letters will stay, but it appears they'll glow blue like this one here
Okay.
when they are correct. So we
Okay.
Okay, so we got an R.
force our way through this.
Can we try an E at the end? I feel like that's
I was
really
thinking-
common.
Sure.
E at the end, E at the beginning, even. Because these also match. The first and the last.
5-letter word with the 4th letter being R.
Fears? Sorry, projecting.
Beard.
I shoot him.
Oh, but the second letter can't be an E because it's not.
What if?
What if it's wrath
What if it's?
backwards?
No, wait, no, that wouldn't make
Why would it be
What-
backwards?
What names?
don't
What
know.
names make sense? Like Edgar or something, but the R is not.
Wait, who said it had to be all the letters in greed? We have a whole alphabet.
Yes. And the R is correct.
Right, go ahead and place your E, May.
Oh, okay.
So what word are you
Place
guys
my
making?
E.
It's just she's just gonna replace the G with an E. We're
You-
brute
Yeah.
forcing at this
You
point.
put an E
I'll-
down and you see it appear down what have I done?
Uh-oh. I see no
Oh,
letters.
no.
I'm gonna.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
You see it appear here beneath the G.
So
What
it
is
very
that?
much is Wordle.
Why is it? I don't get my.
How does Wordle work? I don't know.
So you essentially guess a word. The correct you get so many chances. Letters
Okay.
that are correct are gonna stay in place. Other letters that are right but in the wrong order will be a different thing. But
So we definitely need to put a whole word then. To like
Yeah.
brute forcing with single characters isn't gonna work.
right.
Well, we take the pattern of the symbols again, the R
Right.
corresponds to one of 3 shapes.
What? What shape?
Well, it corresponds to
One
this
of the 3
one.
runes.
Right.
So what if
You
this is R as well?
Well, it
Don't
might
Yes,
know
it
not
has
what
to
word
be.
that would be, but whatever. Sorry, G is coming out.
That killed me.
Weird.
It's like may change. Oh god. Ooh.
Question, do
good.
I know if the R lit up on a specific symbol?
No, you didn't
Okay.
see anything specific with that.
Okay.
So
Try-
that's really help.
Try score.
Score?
Oh, I like that one.
S-C-O-R-E. Sure.
We'll do it.
We'll
Okay.
eliminate some letters here.
Still holding guard just in case he gets attacked by lightning.
Okay. As you place your hand on it,
Yeah.
this is what you
The
see.
O and the R are right. Whore.
The natural next guess.
The E is wrong, so it's not whore. I'd be
That was
great
good.
on Jeopardy.
I gotta know why these are the same. I kind of want to try a word that has an R in the second place to see if it lights up.
That would be great.
Sure.
That's
But
true.
what
and
word would
It's true. So we already actually know that it didn't, because the first time we did greed, it didn't light up. So
correct?
Cord? Cord? Cared? Sport? Maybe? I feel like it might end in a D.
It can't start with an S. A D,
can't start with a
or
G or S.
I feel like I'm playing Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, that's what I meant. Not Jeopardy. Wheel of Fortune. I know my games.
Yeah.
Full score in 7 years.
Exactly.
Yes, the answer is Lincoln.
Hurts my head.
Why am I forgetting all
No.
words that have O's and R's in them in our 5-letter pod?
I was gonna say chore, but that doesn't work because of the E.
What if it's even his name?
Oh wait,
Hold on.
someone
So
said
we've done.
CHORD.
I could do chord.
Chord.
It would fit there. It would
It-
have the
Right.
O and the R. Is there
It
anything
doesn't end
else
with a
though?
D.
I know
It
it
does-
doesn't end with a D because we did greed the first
Oh,
time. So is there
so-
anything else that we can do?
Yeah. So give me a sec here.
Sure? No, wait, no,
Uh,
sorry. I'm about to start saying a
I
bunch
need
of
pen and paper.
I won't imagine
what-
Gar getting out a pen and paper right now.
That's basically what I'm doing.
It's Hangman at this point.
It is.
I guess I.
No.
Okay, so
G.
We could just start even throwing letters around. It doesn't have to be a word necessarily.
R.
True, but I feel like it would be a word. Well, actually, no, because greed
be a
backwards
name.
wasn't a word. Oh,
To at least figure out more letters, it could help the processing.
yeah. So we know the first one can't be a G, D, or S.
S.
And we know the second one can't be R, E, or C. And we know that what the middle two are there. And we know the last one can't be a D, G, or E.
Egort, a name that a parent gave the child that they hated.
like it was Go-Gurt.
Egort.
Are you going with Egort?
Words.
Okay.
No. He is dead.
Oh my god. Oh.
Um,
I can hear the windshield wipers even though you muted yourself.
For a puzzle. I'm fucked, man.
Maybe if we'd started obsession off with it.
Oh.
Forts? Nope, sorry, that's wrong.
How about adorn?
Oh, I
Oh, that's a
literally
good
was just
one!
thinking that.
That's a good one.
Yeah,
ADORN.
adorn.
It can't be a door, so adorn. Yeah.
We want to give that a shot?
How are you typing these so fast?
I have a lot pre-made in this scene.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Continue.
That's what you're talking about.
Hand down.
And
down.
hand touching car.
We're all gonna die.
You see. Nope, I already did that. Bop, bop.
O-R-N.
And
A.
It's green.
It is great.
3.
and as that
Green,
happens,
it's there, but it's not.
Lightning.
Gar, I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Can I... Does this work? This is a dexterity saving throw. I don't think this would work. I was gonna shield him.
Nah.
Nope, not for this.
Yep.
Yep, you take.
Yeah.
A
'Cause my plan was
total.
to shield.
It was a good idea. You take 8 points of lightning damage as it bursts into your
While
chest.
I'm staring at the floor, I'm just gonna lay on hands.
Oh god.
So
Ignore that.
we've got blue and green.
And
green,
with
red
that,
means bad, green means good.
with that,
that
all of them
means-
disappear.
A.
Do we know if green means it's in the right spot or blue means it's in the right spot?
I'm assuming because it.
Oh.
I know. I know
Can I
what it is.
insight the puzzle?
You know what
Sure.
it is? You want to solve the puzzle?
Sure,
Is it
make me an
Ador?
inside check.
It's a door.
But D
It's a
didn't glow.
door?
No.
No, but green didn't.
So, A. The A is in the correct spot.
Make me an inside check.
There's no E.
Wait, really?
Yeah. The
Yeah,
A
why
is in the
not?
correct spot, and O and R are the letters that we
Oh wait,
need
I wasn't
to use.
anticipating. Hold on.
True, true.
So let's move the
Okay.
O and the
Not
R.
bad, not bad.
You don't have a whole lot to go off of, but generally green is good.
I feel like green is good.
Right.
I think Ador is worth a shot.
No, well, actually, it might.
The D didn't glow. So we know.
Yeah, E never glowed, and neither
Fair.
did a D.
Yes.
Or an N.
There's no
Or-
N in A door.
No, because we did adorn. N didn't light up either.
Yes.
So that's not in there either.
So
So right now we have A, R, and O.
Acorn.
The
Oh, wait, they were in the wrong
B
spot. They were
or
in the wrong
C.
spot.
wait, no, this doesn't make sense because the G in green never glowed, but the R in green never glowed, but there's an R in this
Yeah, why didn't
That's-
the R and greed glow?
blue.
He's fucking Josh. We're just looking at it.
Fair.
We're suffering. Okay.
I'm curious.
Actually, that's a good question on the
Josh
R in greed.
Move.
No,
Would that have?
if you want to, I'll allow someone to make an intelligence check on that.
Well, yeah.
Let's
Fuck
fix
yeah, I do.
Okay.
Just one.
brain power together.
Okay.
I'll make an intelligence check.
Okay.
Let's
That's what I'm
go!
talking about.
Um,
Hell yeah.
Unless
I
Mavis
did.
says it first.
Yes, you do.
Go ahead, Zeus.
Oh, okay. I'll make an intelligence check. Watch it be
No.
shit.
Okay, Mavis.
Uh-huh.
There is something to that. The fact that the R didn't glow the first time around. Granted, none of them did, and you failed immediately. Something was weird about the word greed,
He hates it.
but it also could have been that the word changed.
Ah,
Oh, no. Suck my dick, Josh.
Are we supposed to be here all night?
Is this how Wordle works?
It's 11:30.
I know, and
I'm curious, just to see about if we're right about the A being in the exact right spot with green. We could do Flora, and see if it's blue, if the A is at the end.
All right, let's try Flora.
it's a good word. I like that.
And then we can do fauna next.
Exactly.
So you
Touch
do
it.
that. You touch it. All right, you touch it.
Ora.
Bop. Yep, that's it.
Motherfucker.
I think we've restarted, haven't we?
Yep.
I'm glad this greed guy got turned into a fucking tree.
I need more coffee.
I walk over with a
I'm about to go downstairs and get a coffee beer.
So
We're doing this shit tonight.
So we got the A at the beginning.
Perhaps
Okay,
choosing
Centurion,
words.
please.
Perhaps
save us.
choosing words with more vowels in them to eliminate vowels that could be in the word would help to
Alright,
isolate
big
it.
brainer. Hold on. Where's my pen?
Aioli.
okay, so now that we understand how this works, now that I understand how this works, there's an A in this. It doesn't go in the last spot, but there's also no
Likely
F, L,
syphilis.
O, or R.
I wrote
So
down
putting-
everything that it doesn't include.
Yeah.
Let's
so
go.
putting in A, E, or sorry, not A, E, I, O, and U.
Stu?
Or no, we did O. So putting in E, I, U, and then moving
Sometimes
the A
Y.
to a different
This is true.
spot. We can potentially figure out if there's any more vowels.
I
So
suppose, but it
we
looks
go
like
to
we
A
also
at
only
the
have 3
beginning.
guesses.
Yes.
Right.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
Is it you both got shocked by lightning? How are you feeling?
Perfectly fine. Do I look hurt?
Coffee does wonderful things.
Now,
No.
That
next.
is shocking revelation. I said it was quite a shocking revelation.
Lol.
So if we throw... What, do you want to try throwing the A at the beginning just to see if that's been the same? Even though I figure it probably isn't.
I feel
Yeah.
like we should do
I
the more
don't believe it would
letters
be.
So that
You
we
don't
can...
think A would go to the front? There's a lot of.
Oh no, it could.
words
I
that start with
simply.
A.
But it could also be in the middle.
Yeah, it could.
But so I think we should do as many letters as possible
Yes.
to figure out if we can fill
I
in the
agree.
blanks.
So, all the vowels.
A-U. N.
I would like to try all the vowels.
T-I. Auntie.
A-U-N-T.
Would you like to make this your
It gives
final
us
answer?
2 more vowels and 2 more consonants.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
A-U-N-T. I.
What was your suggestion?
Wait, I or
where
Y
it
at
would
the end?
be? I.
I or I?
I.
Okay.
Just to see if there's other. But what was your suggestion going to be, May?
Oh, to take the A out. Because we already
Okay.
know it's gonna be in the
We already know
word.
there's
Well,
going
we
to
don't
be
know
a
the
hint, so-
position.
Right.
But we can figure that out
Right.
the more letters we have. We're just guessing a 1 out of 5, or actually 1 out of 4 probability that's in the first slot.
Okay.
Right.
Interesting.
So.
May is gone.
E-U-T.
I like it.
She is
Yeah,
gone.
yeah.
I'm sorry, there's no.
No, that's good.
E-U-N-T-I.
Did you say EU?
Yeah,
Yeah, E-U-N-T-I.
Inti.
Inti.
It's Inti, guys. All right. If you're
What do we
solidifying that,
Yep.
Yes.
and
So we have an A and an E.
The T is in the correct
All
spot.
right, spot.
So A-E. So T is the 4th letter. This is bullshit, Josh. I hate you.
I'm having fun when I'm out of character.
A.
Can you give us a hint? Is it an actual English word? Or is this
Yes.
a name?
Or a
Don't
verb?
worry, these are all.
Okay, it's a word
it's
and not a
it's
made up
all
name.
legitimate words.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about that. They are
Another notebook.
words
Why
that
did you
everybody
pick
should
the
know.
worst thing I'm at? Spelling and words. Out of all the puzzles, you pick word games? Crate?
Meats.
Wait, no, it can't be crate.
A sports.
It can't
Challenge
be
everything. That's a different one.
It can't be
MEA.
meat,
Why can't it be meats?
because the end never glowed.
Meats. M-E-A-T-S. Meat.
Oh, I thought you said neat.
Uh,
Or-
This is our third guess.
right. We have nothing.
Meat? That's what you're suggesting?
I'm gonna stay up all night doing this.
We could do meats. I
Meats?
have no other better recommendation. E A.
It's not
sports.
meats.
It's in the game.
Yeah. So this is what you have right now.
Meats.
What did I suggest? I suggested something and I completely forgot it.
There's just so many possibilities.
Is it?
Did we? There's meets a gate, agate, whatever it's called, acute.
No.
You know
'cause
that a
it's
U's
grab
not in
parts
there.
of U.
Okay, so we know it can't have. So it's not acute.
You've actually guessed all the vowels.
Yeah. Except for Y.
Fair.
But we don't know if one of these shows up multiple times.
It is true.
Oh fuck.
We could. Nope, not that one. Nope.
I think agate. Agate? Agate? How do you say it?
Agate.
I don't know
If
if
you're
it
talking about
was
the stone, it's an agate.
How's it spelled?
Because we don't know if there's
Agate.
multiple A's, right?
Correct.
Is that or
Or meats.
a bait? Meats?
I like agate. That's an interesting one.
Yeah. I get.
This one might just have to be started over.
Meaty?
Yeah.
Why would it be meat?
No.
Are you
I feel like
fucking
meat and meaty are.
I
It
like.
could be any fucking 5-letter word. In the
I
Could be.
know, but like,
I hate this.
Wait, okay. I feel like we're gonna have to start this over. So I think
I
we should do
agree.
agate to see if A is still in the right
I
spot.
agree. And then we'll
Okay.
do the vowel thing right off the bat on the first one.
Exactly. Thank you. I would like to
Yeah.
lock in agate.
Agate.
All right.
Okay.
I'm
Girls
about to
agate.
put
I
him on
put my
this
fucking
chart.
hand down.
Wait.
What?
I'll eat the damage. I don't care.
I'll
Nope,
eat the damage.
wrong
I
one.
don't care.
Wait, I was gonna say it changed.
Yeah. Bop.
Damn it.
Oh, let's go, y'all.
Okay.
You motherfucker.
we were
And then
close.
they all disappear and we start all over again.
I'm fine with this.
Wait.
No, I'm gonna have mercy. You get one more line.
We're getting one more
You
line.
get one more line.
Okay, so there's not a G or an A. If
Wait,
it's
he didn't
fucking
highlight
meaty-
the other A. Is that
There's only
intentional?
one
Right.
A.
There's just one A.
I think it's just
I
one.
just
I don't
wanna
know
know if
how to
that's
handle this.
intentional.
So
I
there's
wanna
only
know.
one A.
But it
I
could
still
be
need to
any
know.
word. Does it have to make sense to this scenario, or does it just is it just pulling from a fucking dictionary?
I want a confirmation, Josh.
You can glean that, sure.
I hate.
It could
So
be
there's only one
cheat.
A.
It could be
No, it can't be cheat. It's TE.
oh, it is TE. Oh god.
TD. Jetty.
You do know that since the other A didn't light up in the right spot and the first one's in the wrong spot, it has to be in the second spot.
Yeah, that part makes sense.
Yeah, I
But
knew
it,
that.
this. You know,
Could there be two T's?
Pate.
Latte. Latte. Coffee.
It could be it could be paste.
It
Could be
taste.
It could be. Could it be haste? Do we
It
have
could
any-
be haste.
Haste.
Can I
Wait,
intimidate the
It's
puzzle?
not latte.
Can I intimidate the puzzle?
Yeah, sure. Its feelings are kind of hurt.
Haste seems like
Wait,
a really
I didn't
good
roll
guess.
it yet. It might not.
Fair.
Sure. Let's
I'm
lock in
leaning towards-
haste. Go
I'm leaning
next.
Intimidated as fuck.
Let's
Haste
lock in
seems like
haste
a
and
good
go-
guess.
I do
Okay.
like me some haste.
You lock in haste.
I like haste. It's a good spell. I just hit my mic. I'm so sorry.
It's fine. I'm with you. I'm done with this. I'm never downloading
And they
Wordle.
disappear.
Yep.
How much
unfortunately
damage do I
not.
take this time?
16 points of lightning damage.
Then why'd it go up?
Because I rolled better.
Did you even roll? Dex save?
I didn't even.
Yeah, I'm rolling for
You
it.
rolled a dex save.
all the vowels, and then
Shit. All right.
Aaron, when you need someone with a
A
high
E
dex.
I O U.
Yeah.
That's what you're doing?
Yep.
Okay, where'd my table go? Hello? Where'd it go?
Motherfucker.
Come back to me.
Hey, you're gonna make it to Nidon today. I'm just gonna give you a never-ending puzzle, but you're gonna make it to Nidon today.
Yep.
So this is where the campaign ends, guys. We all died in this fucking
We
puzzle.
die of old age.
Starvation, yeah. We got coffee to keep us
It's like
going.
Josh
though.
thought this would be so hard for us.
Josh, you realize, like I said, there's 189,000 possible words it could be.
I feel like
Yes.
there's something else we're missing here. So,
No,
I'm sorry.
you're doing it right.
We're doing it
I
right,
just
y'all.
wasn't sure.
Also, in Wordle, you get like 6 chances.
Yes, you do. I am
Um,
fully aware of this. Did you say A-E-I-O-U?
IOU.
Yes.
That's
Okay.
a good starting one.
Give me all them fucking vowels. So
Yeah.
there's gonna be one, and it's
It's just gonna be a Y's. It's the vowel. There's nothing else.
The answer's just Z as we
Syzygy,
all
yeah.
fall asleep.
Actually,
it
y'all
could be
got pretty lucky.
Syzygy. Oh, let's fucking go.
What the fuck is an
Heist.
E and an I?
It could be
in it?
heist.
heist.
That's switching into character. Fuck that shit.
Heist. I like heist, but we need to get more letters in there.
Okay,
Right?
E, I.
Heist is the only word that comes to my mind.
Feign as well. F-E-I-G-N.
Well, how about this? What if we do heist, but we replace the E and the I with 2 random letters because we know they go there?
Sure.
Oh,
So we'll
that's
do
great.
HGNST. 'Cause
H-G.
then that
That's perfect. That's genius.
Yeah,
I
those are
love it.
good letters. H-G-N-S-T.
I love that.
Right.
That's
I'm
great.
gonna fucking Wheel of Fortune this shit.
Yeah. Oh, God. Okay,
My
hold
brain
on.
right now is saying.
Oh,
Okay, so we got a G.
Yeah. That's what you get.
We got a G.
Fuck this shit. I'm out.
Okay, so it's likely. Wait, no,
So
the
it's
N
not
isn't there either.
this.
Ah, dice.
Jess.
Is dice the word? No, fuck you. Nick.
But there's no
ST.
S.
Fuck me.
Rain. Wait, no, there's none. Sorry. Hey, I'm
No, it's
confident
good.
in myself.
No, I know.
and
I like
it's
it.
you.
I like it.
Fuck off.
Is
Is
this
there
a
anything that
normal
starts with
word that I would
G-E-I?
know?
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure.
I.
For the record, I would never do this to any of you.
Thank you.
No, you just gave us a puzzle that as soon as we picked it up, we had to act. We didn't have all the
Okay,
information.
but like at the same time,
I stand by it. I
Josh,
love puzzles. I suck
hate
ass at
you.
them.
I'm loving this, but I hate it. Okay, there's no.
Okay, so we got a G. We got a G, y'all.
Yeah,
Um,
so
Mhm.
it's something EI something something and a G is one of those
There's no-
somethings.
What words start with GEI? Like
Geist.
Geist is the only thing that comes to mind, but ST.
There's
isn't.
no ST.
Yeah.
What does
Yeah.
Geist
So-
even mean?
I have no fucking
no
clue. It's in
N.
my brain.
So it can't be rain.
Yeah, I said that one very confident.
It's a German noun. Ah, yes, that's where I know it from.
How about beige?
It could be beige.
It could be beige.
So let's try a B in the beginning. Let's try an R in the second spot.
But this
Yeah.
is our last try, is it not?
Wait,
I'm
are we
giving
giving
you
four?
another
Being
one.
kind to us, he's giving
He's
us
giving us
four.
four.
I'm giving you another one.
So we're gonna do B.
R.
Nay.
Let's try an L. Just fuck it.
Wait, we have to pick really common letters, I feel like.
So
A P.
B L
Did you say B
P
BL
B. Yeah.
P? Oh,
B
A
L
B or
P.
BLP?
BLD.
Uh,
The diner by my house?
BLPR.
we already have a T. I want to put an E at the end just in case.
So BLPRE? Did I get that right?
R E.
Blooper.
BLPRE. Okay.
This whole session was a bleep.
Oh, well, let's go.
I think it's beige.
It's beige.
It's gotta be beige.
Gotta be beige.
Okay, we put in beige. Final answer.
Beige. Please,
That
God,
is
tell me
beige.
it's beige.
Set me.
What is this? What have I done?
BEIGE.
Oh!
Yes.
Thank God.
As you guys put in the letter.
I hate this guy.
Wait, what happened?
God,
Same.
I'm frozen.
Nick fucked off.
Nick's gone. Okay, there he is.
Same.
Yeah,
We got
same,
beige.
Joel.
We got beige.
As you guys put in the final word, you see across from you, the wall itself opens up into what looks like this almost astral ethereal nature.
Holy shit. That's a lot of gold.
And on the
Were
other
they all
side,
colored?
Let me in. Let me in.
I need to know. This is sick.
there was nothing with the colors.
It was nothing. It was literally just a random word.
And they were
Yeah.
just random symbols.
Okay,
Joel and I comprised a list of 30 words, and I random rolled it from a rollable table.
gotcha.
Yeah, I literally have
hate you.
screenshots of every set of symbol. I'm like cross-examining the symbols, thinking there's some fucking meaning in this.
I wrote them all
And you
down.
give
I
us
don't even
Wordle.
want this shit. I just want to go.
All right, cool. We found it. Let's get out of here.
All
The
right.
bag, not the bag of holding, the little bag.
Oh, did we
Yes.
ever fix
Little
the storage room?
The
We
what?
don't have it connected.
I didn't think that we fixed the storage room.
No, you did.
We did.
Didn't you?
Yeah.
We're so
That's like
good.
the first thing.
Yeah,
I
we did,
positive
because we
you
have
did.
the chest.
Start in there.
Yeah, we
the
made the
journal.
You
freaking
can
chest.
indeed store it all in the manor. I didn't
Let's
even
go.
think about that.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
we
Same,
have
Joel.
the manor inventory. I forgot about that.
Same.
There's stuff in those chests, too.
So
Good
we'll
shit.
count it as we go, but we'll stuff
Sure.
it all into the manor. Well, most of it,
You find
except for maybe a couple thousand.
a total of 9,000 gold pieces, 150 platinum, and an assortment of pretty fine looking gems that you would have to
You
you
said
would-
100
9,000
platinum,
gold.
150 platinum, 9,000 gold.
Yeah.
and then an assortment of gems.
Yep.
Okay.
That's
I'll
what's up.
go-
Diamonds.
Diamonds, rubies, sapphires, emeralds.
I
You're
would
gonna
ask
have to
May
write
if she
down
could
exactly.
determine if the diamonds were valued at 300 gold or more.
Yep. Make me a.
Do you want me to put these all in the chest?
Should this be
Gold right now?
intelligence?
Yeah,
This
except for
would be
maybe
intelligence.
You
like
usually make me
1,000 or 2,000 gold.
Okay, so investigation. Roll
well,
it normal
do you want
because
splitting to Jordan?
this is your forte.
Yeah, easier.
Yeah, and the
So,
DC is not very high for you either. You find a total of about 4 diamonds worth 300 gold apiece,
4
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
diamonds.
and
I'll
one
go-
worth
I'll
500.
hold on to those
Yeah.
because he needs them for casting
True.
resurrection
Yeah.
magic.
I know you just
Okay.
like to look at them at night.
What did
too.
you say, Zeos?
So I put 8,000 gold and 150 platinum into the
9,000
manor chest.
gold.
Yeah.
No, I
No,
put
just put it-
8,000 gold into the manor chest, and I'll split 200 between everyone,
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Including
Ooh,
Jordan.
money.
including Jordan.
Oh.
Oh.
I'm not broke.
I
Alright.
mean, oh, okay.
200 gold apiece to each of you.
33.
um,
and then
What did Jordan even do?
4 more diamonds.
He did recommend the
He
vowel
scrabbled.
thing.
He did say we should
He did
come
recommend this. The
He
vowel.
said what
you
now?
said what now?
come to the manor.
Double penetration come.
All right.
We're all children.
Yep.
No, I'm tired.
Okay. So, 1 second.
We did it.
Are you guys leaving the mansion?
After double
yeah, can I-
checking that we got
can I, like-
every gem.
Oh, you
Yeah.
did.
There is
Okay.
one thing
Can I
I'd
take a
like to
piss in
do
this
as we
room or
leave this
something like
manor.
that?
I'm just gonna cast a fireball.
Can I-
Yeah,
That's
fucking
because
place
I'm
down.
Runes.
tired.
Nice, nice.
Okay, no, let's not actually do that. Let's go start
Yeah,
fucking
no,
forest
I'm-
fire.
Yeah, it caves in on you.
Well,
Type
thanks.
greed one more
Whatever
time.
your name
Piss it
was.
So,
Well, Gar, as much as I hated that, I stand corrected. There was actually treasure there, and there was no ambush. But
That
you
we
did
know
get struck
of
by
yet.
lightning,
Twice.
so there was harm.
3 times. Fuck.
Do you need healing?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh my god, TJ.
What happened?
posted
what
my
he was
notes.
doing in the.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
Tried
That
to
would have
figure
been,
out-
insane.
This is getting deleted. I don't want to ever see this ever again.
So, with that in mind,
I just scribble on the ground. Treasure found. Leave.
sure. Okay. That's
No
fine.
one else should waste their time with this shit.
It's gonna make more people come because
Desert music.
A week
I
passes
use that
by.
song.
A week?
Yes, you do. A week passes. Well, how much longer do you have actually? Hold on. I need to confirm
I
this.
feel like it's a week.
few
Oh,
days,
it might not
maybe.
be that.
Pardon me.
45, 90. Yeah, it'd take 4 days actually. 4 days to get there. Which would bring us to 1, 2, 3, 4. And you have 3 days to spare. As you guys make your way, only traveling by night through the desert, the Turanite Desert, you can feel the heat. Though a little bit reduced from the
30
garb that you guys got.
We're getting there on the 33rd.
The 33rd, yes. The morning of.
2, 3, 4. Okay, so we're getting there the morning of the 5th.
Yes, as you travel through the dunes of the Turanite Desert, you make haste to get there the morning of before the sun really gets high in the sky. And as you crest over a dune of sand that's built up, you can see a ridiculously large, magnificent city, walls standing 40 feet high, the city of Nidon, with a massive 30-foot wide road traveling straight in from this side and straight out the other side. Just beyond, several miles out, you can see salt flats extending for several miles further towards the mountain range beyond. You can see guards towards at the base of the city of Nidon as a caravan makes its way in and is immediately searched with aggression. As you gather yourselves and prepare to make your way into this dreaded city, that is where we'll end the session.
Ooh.
We made it to Nidon, y'all.
They're searching people with aggression. I might dump my diamonds off the manor for the time
Oh,
being.
fair. Fair.
That would
Yeah.
be good.
Probably put most of our goods in the manor. But that's where we're ending, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
that is where we're ending. As you approach the
Fuck
city
you,
of
Josh.
Nidon. I didn't
Fuck you,
expect
Joel.
it.
And I don't say that very often. We work
Well, now you're on
together
the
on the
receiving end of it.
Yeah,
No.
now you're on this side. of it.
Also, Joel, we need to talk. 'Cause I want to do that.
No, Joel, you're forbidden from speaking.
So this was not
Their final moments are
Talking.
coming up, and it should be good.
this
Not
was
my
not
fault.
Joel's puzzle. This was my idea.
Either
Well, then-
the
So you can
all
put the blame
effects
on
and
me.
shit, though, Josh. Fucking grade A. That was sick.
Thank you.
Even the spinning little glowy circle thing.
We didn't
was
talk about
very
that. I want-
satisfying.
Yeah, I got you. I was
I just
you
suck
have,
at puzzles. That's the thing.
They're
like
fun though,
They are.
I like the ending of it when
but
it's
they
solved.
take so much.
I always
Mhm.
feel like I have a pea-sized brain every time.
Hey, next, can we be worthy?
That'd
Yeah,
be great.
If you're still not worthy in 3 months, something's wrong with Foundry. I'll figure out what's going on there. But hey, thank you all for bearing with me on that. Wordle was a gamble for me to put in.
Fuck you.
Never played Wordle.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I was so confused.
That Joel had some evil words he added though.
That's
Q
disgusting, Joel.
was Queuee.
Yeah. So first off, I'm like, one, I'm really bad with spelling and any word puzzle stuff. Like
Oh.
I'm just not good at that.
I'm decent at it, but there's
And I've
so
never
many
played Wordle, so
possibilities.
I had no idea what this grid thing
The-
was when you laid it out. I'm like, I don't know what I'm looking
Upping
at.
it to 4 made that much
Yeah,
more
upping it to
possible.
4
I
made
think
it
we
a
would have
lot
been there
easier.
for a lot
3 was
longer otherwise.
really hard.
I wasn't
3 was
sure.
impossible.
I wasn't
Yeah.
sure what was going to be the right call. You guys were either going to get lucky on letters just from a lucky guess and solve it immediately, or run into roadblocks. So it was a
also,
gamble.
Greed kind of threw us off, I feel like. Completely. No, greed.
Oh, it did. Yes.
No,
It-
that I got immediately.
you
really
caught
is
on to it
puzzle-
right away.
Are you kidding me? You type out greed and it flashes red. What dude wants to be called greed
Yeah.
when he was called greed for 200 years and he's still being called greed?
Yeah.
We should have done it again.
It
just
threw
to be
me
sure.
off completely.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
We should do it again. Just piss it off more.
That would have been a good guess. No, the damage was higher if you had guessed greed, and it was an instant fail. Joel and I were talking about it. I was like, okay, if greed made this puzzle, he's going to be the one to complete it. He's going to memorize the words that it could possibly be and solve it quickly enough. And if anybody puts in greed, he know it ain't him.
I just really thought it was gonna be like his actual name as
Yeah.
like a.
Yeah, that's
No,
what I
not
was
greed.
thinking too.
I'm this. So it's like Igor or some shit.
No.
I thought it was gonna be a name too.
Yeah.
Ed Bar.
Yeah, imagine, Nathan.
That's the one I was afraid of because literally AEIOU would have come up with nothing for that
Yeah,
word.
that's true.
But then we would have known.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah,
What were the
then it
words we
really
didn't
narrows it
get?
down. The,
Yeah, what
the
was
words-
the first word? that
the
we
very
did?
first word was arrow. The second word was Matt, M-A-T-T-E.
Arrow is in A-E-R.
A-R-R-O-W.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, this sounds better.
There was one word in there with no vowels other than a Y, which was psych. Let's
That's
see.
gross.
There was
Psych, this puzzle.
there was dunce. I liked that word. Joel came up with it.
That's a good word.
What I feel like.
That's what it should have been. That's what it should have been.
Anyways.
I was so excited to, like figure out this pattern puzzle, and then it wasn't a pattern puzzle.
I
And now
didn't
I'm
have enough
sad.
time to come up with a pattern shit for that. That would have been insane.
No,
That would have been cool.
It was a. I like the
Guys,
idea of
success.
using Wordle.
You coming up with patterns. You're a DM. Go to your favorite video game. Pattern
Yeah.
done.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I came up with the
Easy.
idea for Wordle last night at 2 a.m. I had to finish the
Yeah.
map for it and the
no,
assets.
I'm just saying, like pattern puzzles.
Yes,
You
it is
gotta
bread
come
and
up
With
butter.
your own power.
It is true.
You just go and you're like, really love.
I did,
Yeah.
I did like the
Zelda.
utilization of Wordle. It just the
I
the
loved
main
it too.
change was
It's-
going from 3 to 4. I think
Yeah.
that then
No,
made
I
it
agree.
doable.
Yeah.
I
That
agree.
made it a lot easier.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we are going to go on a raid. Who the heck do we have online? Valid. Go and read Valid. Oh,
You
wait.
should check
Last,
with him.
I was going to say,
Yeah.
last time I've raided him.
It is 1 a.m. for him, so
Fair.
he's normally ending stream around this time.
Imagine.
We're just going to raid him anyway. He's still streaming at the moment, so even if he ends in just a few minutes, that's fine. We'll go say hi to him. Chat, for anybody that's still here, as you know, we are not going to be here next week on this campaign. We'll be here on Gia's campaign. Shout out to Gia. As we
Sunday.
continue towards the end. Well, towards the end. There's still several sessions.
Well, any of these sessions could be the end. Is a
Technically
fact.
true. Yes. Thank you for the shout out.
We're getting
Fuck both
getting-
of you.
let's go.
All right. So, anyways, join us for the raid, y'all. My brain's done. I'm sure all of our
And
brains are
TJ,
done.
I see you.
Good session, y'all.
It
Good
might not
session.
popped up, but I see it.
All right. Love you guys.
GG,
Have a good
y'all.
night.
GG, y'all.
Peace.
Sleep
GG,
well.
y'all.
Live your best life. I did not copy.